What up, what up? What up? That's right, y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you haven't already subscribed, do not forget to participate in the poll. I know everybody's hollering, it's J-Bo talking dog with Dogman TV on Sunday nights. I know. If you remember, 7A Sport comes on at 7 o'clock. Remember that, gentlemen. 7 o'clock, they journey out of there, give us an hour of they love, and then they gone. J-Bo on at 8. That takes up a good time of our Sunday nights. I'm pretty sure my brothers who don't step on people's feet, and this ain't meant to step on nobody's feet. Y'all just remember, 7 o'clock, 7-8 Sports Dog Talk came on at 7 p.m. Okay. I'm just trying to put that out there. My boy's been over there on private for so long. You know how that is. It don't hurt to take up our Sundays with that Dogman TV, with hanging out with Bulldog with J-Bo on that Sunday night, and then my boys, they can get the party started out right like they journey did. You know, give us an hour of they love and shit, you know what I'm saying? And then we finish the night up with J-Bo. That's a good Sunday night. You know, we got that little dead time between the Super Bowl and then the end of the basketball season. We got a big time period where we ain't got nothing going on. We got to fill them spots on them Sunday nights. That's all I'm saying. Trying to get my boys back on point. See if they come in and show us some love. Give us a little bit of that entertainment. You know, they're my big brothers, just like J-Bo is. You know, it's not nothing pitting people against each other. It's just trying to get my brothers to work together, and let's enjoy the nights. That's all it's all about. So keep that in mind. I'm just trying to get my brothers back out here to enjoy us, so y'all have something to enjoy. But again, 7-8 Journey comes on at 7. J-Bo is, from last time I checked, J-Bo is on at 8. While I'm getting this thing started here, I want to give a big shout out to my man, longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morris in the house, coming in, showing some love. What's up, fam? My man, M1. What's up, fam? Coming in with that 5-piece, get the party started all right, showing the love. Appreciate that, fam. The one and only incomparable Mr. Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Tony Montana, American Pit Bull Terriers. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Fat Farm Ray. What up, fam? My man, the one and only Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? My man, your rock, so rock in the house. What up, fam? My man, Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? Representing the 727, my man, Mr. Jermaine Browns in the house. What up, fam? My man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, 100% muscles, the one and only Mr. Lee Marshall's in the house. What up, fam? My man, Double M Daspo's in the house. Bite down and shake that like button. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Mason. My man, Mr. Jason Clark's in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man's in there. Alligator only Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Where you been, fam? Big shout out to Talk of the City, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combine, the one and only Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Oh man, what up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight on this Hot Mic Friday. Hey fellas, get your pedigrees together, cause we gonna be talking about past, and let's take a look at what the future gonna look like. Yes, sir. Y'all see the open line is in for tonight. Feel free to call in if you got something you want to talk about, pedigree come up, you want to add a little information on what you think the future of the pedigrees and the dogs are going to look like. Pepper Red coming in with the boats and hoes. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Sporting Dogs Archive in the house. What up, fam? What's up, everybody? What is up, everybody? What's up? Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Big shout out to my man, Poonie! What up, fam? Again, appreciate everybody showing up tonight for this Hot Mic Friday. Hey, don't forget, fellas, to participate in that poll. Again, for those who don't know, 7-8 Sports, Dog Talk come on at 7 o'clock. J-Bo comes on at 8. You know, I'm just trying to tie up our Sunday nights, because y'all know we got that dead time coming up after the Super Bowl situation is gone. The basketball championship, you know, NBA finals go out the way. We have a dead spot. J-Bo usually took up that spot, hanging out with him at that 8 o'clock hour. Give us something to do. You know what I'm saying? And you got your boys, 7-8, representing them, coming right back, finishing the night out with J-Bo. You know, J-Bo, we be up out that 1 o'clock in the morning when we get to talk about them dogs. So I just think, you know, my brothers can fill up it, you know, help fill that spot again because I kind of like miss them out there. You know what I'm saying? With all the other things going on, you know, I just think, you know, I miss Bakary. You know, I really do. I miss Roster Man. Every once in a while, we can get him to come out of hiding. Schoolboy, he always drop in, but I just think that was just a good show. And they had a lot of information, a lot of fun talk because we do have a lot of them young guys out there. And I know my boys went private and everything, but hell, you know, what's wrong with a big shout out, you know, to us sometimes and come out and hang out with your boys, you know, because again, I kind of miss them out there. I'm pretty sure y'all do too. I just threw that out there because I kind of trying to talk them out just a little bit, you know, trying to get a little persuasion in. And y'all just got to show y'all love because in a way, you kind of do miss them. Y'all know what time it is. You know, bring them out of hide just for a little while, you know, show us a little bit of love. I ain't taking nothing away. This is not a competition thing, so fellas, get that out your head. You know, Dogman TV, you know, bulldogging with J-Bo. Y'all know he come on at 8 o'clock. For those who didn't know, 7-8 usually came in and filled in that 7 o'clock hour. You know what I mean? Used to always catch him. And I just think it's time to fill that slot so we can enjoy our Sunday nights. That's all. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Jermaine Hunter, coming in with the disclaimer, and we're going to need one tonight. This channel is in no way, shape, or form condone, support, nor participate in any way associated with the Animal Cruelty Act. It is strictly historical fiction and for entertainment purposes only. Keep that thought in mind. Remember, we're always going to preach it and teach it. Live by the disclaimer. It's a must, especially in these days and times. One of the things I wanted to talk about tonight, and I think it's a good conversation because, again, you know, we just went over, you know, the pedigree thing, our last show, and it did pretty good, you know, with the kitchen. You know, Mo gave up some secrets that he really hadn't let out before because, you know, a lot of things that he used to talk about, he never really told you that part about the Angus situation. He told you about the incident, but he never told you, he never ever got away from that in his breeding program. He didn't let the papers dictate what he was thinking and what he was seeing. So it was always based off of what he was seeing. And he associated that with what he was breeding for the breeds that we did make. Remember, we always had a piece of that secret sauce, and believe it or not, you know, even though most of our dogs who had, you know, that red ace in it, the secret to it, you know, we always holler about that Zebo. You got to understand why we always hollered that Zebo, because that Zebo with that Angus, it's set for intensity, back in, hard mouth killers, period. And you're taking that and with all the things that people, well, this wasn't bred like that or that wasn't bred like that. Well, we knew a whole lot of that shit too going in. Remember that little situation with red ace to ace. Remember, we didn't have to read about ace. We was right there on the yard with ace. We're looking at ace. We know what the hell Angus looked like. The man telling me he had Angus on the yard. Don't know why he did what he did or why he switched it around like he did. But the results and the traits did not lie based on we had the dogs. And so moving forward, the reason we press that is because a lot of dogs out here, if you know, just listen to a lot of, the dog wasn't bred like this and the dog wasn't bred like that. From my understanding, Grand Champion Buck wasn't supposed to be bred the way he was bred. But then if you look at the dog himself and his attributes, his traits, his genetic attributes, you know a buck dog when you see it. Okay, that's different because you see it, but you ain't never got a chance to see how Buck campaigned. But you be around and watch enough things that came off of him. Remember, our thing was yellow buck. Remember, we had more yellow, coming in, and our yard was actually based off of yellow. So when you taking that, just that way of thinking, and not just taking the papers, let the papers dictate what we were doing, but let the dogs dictate what we were doing, regardless of what might have been wrong on that paper. We understood what we were looking for as far as genetics, traits, all those attributes that caused us and made us do some of the things that we did. And then in the end, we had a end product. And when you have an end product, and it's what you want, it should be able to carry on moving forward what you've seen and made you do what you did. And that's why I felt that last show was so important, because the recipe, nobody's really giving up their secret sauce. But the reality of it is, take out the paperwork, start doing your own tasting, and know what the kind of taste you're looking for. And you can figure out the sauce, because when it's all said and done, they're either going to like it or they're not. You're either going to like it or you're not. So that's what's important. What's really made the last show important, because as many dogs that we had out there, one thing that, regardless of whose hands they were in, the attributes and the genetic traits didn't really change. I mean, all the way to the point you could tell a going hard dog. You could look at him. You're going to see the buck. You're going to see some Mayday. I don't know what, as far as the Jeep on that Eli side, I mean, I always thought it was something good, but if you notice in our papers, you're always going to see Charlie. But if you start, every time you've seen Charlie and think of Angus, then you'll understand why you always was going to see Charlie. Because we was trying to bring Angus along with everything that we were doing. So I'm hoping y'all caught that. Just hoping y'all caught that, because we bought it out and we put it on the table, and then you can go back and watch the video, and actually you can go through all our videos and look at the papers. There's just certain dogs that we always carried, always. And there was a reason, because it proved itself. Now, getting into the pedigrees today. And the reason I wanted to go into that, because again, as you notice with the pedigrees that we show, we always say the Jeep, the buck, we always start back there, but as we come forward, the names change, the dogs change, even colors change. I mean, there's a lot of things that change over time. So we got to be able to, set a standard on what helps you guys deal with that change, because it's inevitable. Now, they've been breeding dogs. We're going to go way back before Tudor and Lightning. Remember, they was breeding, them dogs were shipped in. But look how many years the consistency of the American Pit Bull Terrier grew. We started out with a few, and based off that few, it got bigger. And now as time moved forward, you got more dogs. But you can still go back even 20, 30 years in our time and still see, for us, that was still 20-something years before us. So you look at that. Now, as time moves forward, you look at a lot of the young guys and some of you new guys who maybe been in the dogs 10, 15 years. Y'all don't have the same dogs that we had coming in. Remember, we could breed to dogs like Yellow Buck and Mayday and Nico Jr. and Nico. I mean, we breed right directly to these dogs. As time changes, that part goes away, and you have to be able to kind of, if you like that bloodline, you got to kind of know how to work that bloodline to where you're not going to water down what you're trying to keep, because that's what breeding is supposed to do. Not just you're breeding just to have a bad bulldog. I mean, you're breeding for a purpose. So as time changes, like I said, breeders change. You know it. The dog's names and all that changes. Even colors change, and you have to be able to understand, exactly how all of that, those changes can affect your product in the long run. You want to be able to justify your product moving forward, because as you notice, all these years, the American Pit Bull still exists. Now it's going to come down to the quality of that dog. And that's why we say, okay, bring in the pedigrees. Let's analyze the pedigrees. We got there's a couple I know Mo going to be talking about tonight. Some of y'all are familiar with them, some of y'all not. But we're going to try to bring, some familiarity to some of these, what we consider good bloodlines of like the past, but they're going to have a lot of effect on the future of these dogs moving forward. Because we're not going to keep saying Eli dogs. At some point, you're going to have to go and find another way of addressing that situation, because again, it might be bred down off the Eli dog, but the further and further you got away from Eli, look at all the other stuff that was mixed in with that Eli. So how much can it stay at Eli? I mean, come on. You can't forget about what else made up the pedigree. It might be that other that totally messes up a good Eli dog. Remember, it only takes one outcross to mess something up. Too much inbreeding, you're going to mess something up. So it's a scientific reality to what we do and how we do when it came to these dogs. And what we trying to do is help y'all understand what that scientific, because it's a very scientific way of breeding, because you kind of really have to understand the do's and the don'ts, the whens and the whys, because without it, you're blind. And the product, it's not going to represent what you want. So that's why we try to put it out there, out here. So it not only gives you a learning experience of knowledge, but it also helps you understand for yourself when you look at your yard. You kind of look at it a little bit different when you're looking at it, and then you pick up the papers. And then you try to get a better understanding. And then you can take things like, well, he said he wasn't bred like this. Well, how do you think it was bred? Most of the people don't, they always tell you it wasn't bred like that. So you're going to have a whole bunch of different versions of what that means. So how do you deal with that? Well, genetics and traits are not going to lie to you. They're not. And if you have the dog, you understand what it's supposed to look like and what it's supposed to be like, it's a lot easier for you to choose which part of that unknown pedigree that you're willing to carry forward. Because that's what's important. The minute the talking stops, the product starts. And the product, 9 times out of 10, is supposed to represent the pedigree. But we all know that's not true. So it's up to the person that's doing the breeding to have the knowledge and the understanding why they're doing what they're doing. And have a better understanding of, when it's done, what you're looking to see, and did you get what you were expecting to have. That's all about. Let me look down through here. I see my man Heart and Fitness Kennels up in the house. What up, fam? I hope I didn't miss everybody. I'll be trying to keep on top of that and everything. Keep it showing the love. Big shout out to D-Boo DB in the house. What up, fam? So that's one of the things I was outside of us discussing that, and I actually take a look at go back through the shows and I pull up other people's pedigrees that be in the chat. The purpose of me doing that because if I like to be familiarized with what's actually going on. Remember, we're not in the game like that anymore, but it's interesting to see what you guys actually have out there. And then you see enough of them as we see enough of them, and me and Mo actually do talk about them because we'll take this and say, I wonder what's the name know this. I wonder if he know that person over there. I wonder if he's seen that. You know, we actually uh, take these pedigrees and match them up. Now, we don't get on the phone and call everybody and say, hey, did you know what's the name had that? You know, unless somebody asks, hey, do you know anybody who has this? Or what do you think, twin? And we'll, you know, tell them what we think based on something that we might have seen. But that's just our way of trying to help move this thing forward and still be able to maintain the attributes of what we consider the American Pit Bull Terrier. Now, we have all these different ways, like the Digital Dog Show. Remember, there's ways, and these dog shows, I think they're giving us another way of showing the attributes of some of these dogs. We know they are body-wise, they are well-built dogs. That treadmill gonna always give you an idea of that endurance. That climbing up a wall, that shows you the intelligence and the will to beam in on something and will go after it, even if it means climbing up a wall. I think that shows, you know, just that wall climb is amazing to me because not only is a dog defying gravity, look how a dog's intensity has to be willing to go after something and be so focused that it knows how to get up that wall and get what it's going after. That's attribute of a damn American Pit Bull Terrier. That's a bulldog. And I think those are the things that moving forward, you don't want to lose that. And I'm not telling people to go out and, you know, do anything wrong with the dogs because there's so many things that you can do right with them to test your dog to see if it's worthy of what you have bred or what you're feeding. Because you can test the dog on a treadmill. You can you can test the dog running up a wall. You know what I'm saying? And those things to me are important because one thing that we used to do with our dogs, we used to put them like on a fur pole, but you know, we would have them pulling the four-wheeler. You know, just not just a regular fur pole, but actually have them almost like weight pulling. You know, have them flirt out and have them actually lease to the four-wheeler. Now the whole time that they're dragging the four-wheeler, they're biting down on a skin that's basically, the more they pull, the lesser the strength of the flirt pole that they're pulling. You know, we use garage springs. So as that spring starts pulling and they're pulling forward, the spring is now starting to stand up. So they always have to deal with that tension. And, you know, that's why, you know, you look at our dogs, their jaws is like fat because we're not using them we don't, you know, hanging from things. We just wasn't something we was off into. We always wanted to have, you know, teach them how to bite, you know, the bite bar. And then if you're biting hard enough, you got to give them something to really want to hang on to, but yet dig in. And that's why you see most of our dogs that were on our yard was always looking muscular. Our dogs always looked bigger than what their weight was. Because it always seemed like we was coming in with the bigger dogs. But because of the conditioning and the way we were bringing them up, they were, we knew how to make them bigger, look bigger at least, but stay strong. And all that had to do with a way of thinking, knowing what you want and taking those little attributes to enhance the dogs themselves. So I think all those little tricks was like tricks to the trade for us. And then the training process, being able to have them so focused that you could tell them what to do. You could talk to them a certain type of way, and you would get a reaction. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Dog on a treadmill, even when he's been running for a while, and all of a sudden you break out his favorite toy, and you talk to him, he gonna pick up the pace. And he gonna do that every time that you train them to do that. They're gonna always know that when that comes out, they're gonna when you think they ain't got nothing left in them, they're gonna give you that. That psychologically helps the dog to me. And it's a psychological thing. Because what he wasn't doing on his own, I can encourage him to do. I imagine if I got him to acting like that with his favorite toy, to where I don't even need his toy anymore. I can just say it, and he automatically knows I got to go. Time to go. So that's another one of those inside things that helps you create the animal to be able to utilize their full intentions, because these are very, very smart dogs. They're very hard dogs to keep because sometimes they're too damn smart. They like Houdinis. You kind of wonder how in the hell you got this collar on him and he been out here all day, and then all of a sudden he gets worked up. Now he's off the chain. Collar's still there, but the dog ain't there. Kind of wonder. I've used to sit back and watch the camera and watch, when we had those yard accidents. What was creating the yard accidents? So, early when we were setting up the yard, in our earlier videos, we should tell you how we used to sit certain dogs by each other. And the ones, certain dogs that had this certain way of doing things, they had a certain space on the yard. And even with our puppies, they had a certain place that we could place them on the yard based on they had to grow up in them spaces. So you wanted to control what they was growing up around, even down to their attitudes, So all these little tricks of the trade that we be sliding in there, y'all, we hope that you guys pick up, because there is a purpose why we were doing those things. I got to plug in because I'm fixing to go dead on my phone. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I got a charger in here. 1 second, gentlemen. Excuse me, gentlemen. I had to get this phone is going to die, and I don't want to miss what y'all talking. What's going on out there in the tank. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. The camera went dead on me. I got to do this reboot. Hold on, let me see if it's still doing it. Mic check. So that completely down. It's going to do an update. Once I plug my phone into it, start trying to update the phone and everything. So sorry about that for the interruption. But let me get back to what we were saying about I got Mo coming in and what we're going to be talking about tonight. So don't forget, we got the call-in number. Got got pedigrees. I'm gonna be checking out the PEDs, and we're gonna even talk about some of them. So I'm gonna just turn this over to Mo, and then we're gonna go from there. Appreciate everybody for coming in and hanging out with us. I think it's, yeah, everything back up and running, man. Okay, what do I need? Yeah. What do I need here? I need book. Yeah. What up, everybody? Hot Mike Friday. Hope everybody had a good week. Busy week. Money making week. Any one of those weeks. We made it. Okay. Hold on. You crank that in just a second. What pedigrees we gonna start off with today, y'all? We searching for some new stuff. You know, see if we can grab some old stuff and bring it up. How far we can bring it up. See what we can pull it from the back to the front. Yeah, I seen. We're on charge, man. I ain't got no way of knowing what the hell's going on. I'm just gonna come right in, y'all. We're gonna go right in. Let me see here. Let me get my oh shit. Get the movie shit. It might go out and freeze on me, y'all. Let's hope it don't do it. Might be coming back in here all mad. Okay, y'all. Check it out. We're gonna start off with this dog right here. You know what I'm saying? Another fine producing dog off the tab. As we look at the pedigree, we can understand why. You know what I'm saying? That's how you produce good shit. If you look at the way he's bred, that's why he produced good shit. This is just the bottom. If you notice, most great producers have pedigrees like this. Cash Money, Champion Terry, Taylor's Grand Champion Weirdo, Taylor's Champion Luther, BREEDER'S Champion G, Grandsire and shit, the Champion Magnum, Champion Nitro, Champion Dylan, aka Bob Dylan, Champion Gunner, and then Champion Shine. Old Black Dog. Let's go look and see how some of these champions was bred. See, you got 4 pages of it. Let's see if we can bring some of this stuff up to the front. He's basically Eli dog with Red Boy, because you look at the bottom right here, what you're gonna get here. You look at the top, you see Eli 2, and then you got the touch of that Red Boy there. Makes a major difference in there. I would definitely, that's all out. That's why they got match dogs out of it. I can guarantee you this. Some good dogs down there. But I can guarantee you this right here carried this down here. I mean, he made a smart move when he made that move right up here. Another one here. If you notice, they're using the old outcross method. It's kind of staying in line, but they're stepping out the line trying to add outcross. Because, you know, the 3 in, 1 out, the 50-50, they always seem to bring, you know what I'm saying, those outcrosses that produce. How they added that yellow. Look at that shit. Champion Cash, Money, Mr. Steel. One game, a game loser, an hour 42. Good one. But you see what they did. They got Tab getting bred into a daughter off the yellow. Got Toe Jam in there. You got good dogs in there, but you see what they did. They put the Jeep with the yellow. Always seemed to work. Then they added that Red Boy with the Jeep. You know, in the end, he's still majority Red Boy and Jeep. Because yellow is majority Red Boy. That's the trick to breeding, guys. That's that trick. Getting that formula to work, but you got to use the right dog. You see, there's a formula right there. You don't see a whole bunch of black, but you see a lot of smart breeding. Keep in mind, this breeding here, he still took a jump, because you could tell what they was doing down here, the brother-sister breeding. took his to that Bailey dog as an out, not really an out because of the red boy. I always said, this a lot of even our dogs, we got Jeep in them when we was crossing with the Mayday, even with the yellow. Stone City did it. Hardcore did it. A lot of other kennels did that. When they was crossing, always put that Jeep in there with that yellow. Makes gamer dogs. More intense dogs. When I say that in a means of their attitude is a little different. More intense. More focused. Them are the kind of bulldogs you're going to get. And when you're able to get those kind of dogs and you're able to put them down, they'll work for you. Yeah, that's a good one. We said we was going to talk about this dog. And I made the mention to Mike that red boy cross with that Garner shit is actually the new thing. This is way back in 2008. But if we were to really start going down his stuff, you'll see how his breeding as a producer, he was able to carry on a lot of good dogs. Yeah, this breeding sound, that was just one page. 192. A lot of dogs in there. And no telling which one of these dogs, like, let's try this one. See this back mom right there. I mean, that's a lot of damn dogs, y'all. Like Taylor had a lot of them. 56, an hour 7, an hour 49. Like I said, real nice, intense dogs. Mm-hmm. Had that garden shit in. Remember I took that baby stuff? Yeah, feed 2,000. These are black dogs too. I'm still looking for the ROM shit. Yeah, this motherfucker got 7 pages, y'all. 329 offspring. I got all these pages. I'm supposed to be running champions everywhere on this. You know what I'm saying, y'all? I like to see how it worked. What did they breed to make it work? Okay, Grand Champion Net one. Let's see how he breed. That's a Detroit dog. Yeah. You see how they did that? They added that little Jake to it, and that Jake brings them back around. You know, they stick around with the line, and you notice, see that yellow down there? You got bad company, them boys up there in New York. But you see how they did it? They went and got the Gardner stuff and the yellow stuff. Mm-hmm. But you see how they making these breedings, man, and you notice I go right for the female, because the female plays the major part in what they do with that when they breed to that male. They got to go to the dog to get the breeding. Mm-hmm. Now that's Ramrod. They got net one up here a lot. One net. Heard of him. Yeah, that's crossed with the black mama male. I always say, if you look at a champion the way he's bred, you'll always find, majority of the time, you'll be able to find the niche of why it worked. I don't see no all on status showing up here, but it's your all in. Let's see. All women ain't got that. But these different things, like the Saint Benedict crosses, like I was saying, we could probably go through these things and see a lot of good dogs by way of that dog coming up through the times of now. You know, they're pretty sure these crosses is probably still being used, because I done seen some pretty nice pedigrees with these dogs in them this was worth for me to talk about. The thing is, it goes, you know, you got to go in. Like I said, we always end up going back to the back and working our way back to the front. And if you ask me, I'll have to honestly say, as a producer, he you know, Annie Black, he's throwing some pretty good dogs. Now, when we go looking, so y'all, we on St. Benedict's, Bailey right now. So anybody got something to throw into the pot, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and throw me some numbers. Anybody familiar with some of his shit, just throw the numbers in. You know, they do throw good dogs. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, y'all? Anything coming up, Mike? I'm gonna keep it moving. Another good one that I like was pull him up. See if y'all like this one too. Another good one that I be seeing. That be producing some nice, pretty nice dogs. I mean, you can see he's bred a lot. Another one, 392. He got pages on top of pages. You know, guys be saying, well, 392, you know, he was such a great producer. 392, he need to be having Frisco numbers, right? But you know what? You can't always expect that because it don't always come like that. This one was a pretty nice one. I can guarantee you, we can go play around with this female. And y'all can look at this and say, well, who's that? But we know the rawhide. That he the one that knocked off Iceman. And then we still be looking, but you notice what we seeing here? We're seeing matchdogs. Whoever Lewis is, he's still doing his thing. You know, and it's still again, there's a pattern. See it? There's a pattern there. You know, it's slowly working its way down here. Because we know what the meddling stuff is. It's going to end up being some deep railboy stuff. They go meddling's outlaw. And if we watch him, what he's doing and how he's doing it, remember, do you see the moves? They're not guessing with these crosses, guys. They're really making some decent breeding. See the moves? So we know that that is a nice line in itself. And if we follow it, you notice it stays consistent. And with results. But you know the move. There's the move right here. See it? Everything carries a pattern. You see the pattern, y'all? If you can figure that out, it's like a puzzle. Because we can go all the way back up. You know what I'm saying? From the rifle stuff. And go back to this dog right here to beat Grand Champion Iceman. Now look at the pedigree now. It looks, see what it looks like? See how it makes a lot of sense? Why he was a good ass dog? Remember, I just clicked on this guy here. Again, if you're watching what they're doing, everything is staying in the line. And then you look at it and say, well, damn, twin, how many years of breeding is that? Well, you best believe they're not drawing this shit out of a hat. They're knowing what they're breeding. And again, I kept saying, y'all see the formula? You're going to see certain things in great dogs. And I always say, that's why I always like bringing them up, because there's always a path to why that dog is good. Now, was he was able to produce or whatever after the fact? You know, a lot of the times when we make these breedings, we don't be knowing. You know, you gotta do your work. But when you get the job done, you do get those type of results. Then they add this shit right here to it. Still throwing match dogs all over it though. That's the bottom. We seen what the bottom was doing. Make a good cross, and you get good results. Now, they usually end up in the right person's hand. You know what I'm saying? To get that to happen. They don't sit there in a breeder's yard. All they'll do is just have a good pedigree. Some of these guys that get into breeding for stock, and I'm not gonna go through all of his shit, y'all. I'm trying to snatch up certain dogs. And show you how they work. This dog right here, y'all can't see it, but it's 1940 in 2 hours. But what do we notice? In every good dog, as you still see me point out, there's a formula. Coming up all him, he's a champion, coming up from a great line of dogs. My question is, could he produce? You don't see nothing there. If he was able to produce, he would be producing some pretty decent dogs. I guarantee he's probably one of them dogs out there that, you know, got his matches in and they couldn't get shit out of him because he was roided all out. Just imagine when you run through a whole keep and you make it to the scale and nothing happens. You know, and you trying to make champion. That's almost 4 keeps just to make champions with 4 things of roids going in them. And sometimes more than that when you don't, you know, when you have to put a dog in shape and don't make it to the match. For some unknown reason, you know, it don't happen. So a lot of these good dogs, great breeding, it comes off a lot of champions. You know, like I said, somebody need to give a class on, you know, the maintenance of a dog coming out of keep that's on roids. You guarantee you won't find too many of those around here talking about that shit. That would be a good one to talk about for those people who use roids. You know, we very seldomly hear we very seldomly hear them talk about treatment we can put our dogs on to cut down the effects of the steroids in the system. See, even though I used them, I still couldn't sit here and just tell y'all this is what I would do. Because back then, it didn't matter. You know, breeding wasn't a major thing as far as what we were looking to do. We were looking to match dogs and didn't really care about the breeding aspect of it. You know, we probably was never thinking about studding up some shit like, you know, here we is got this great stud like Mayday on the yard or something like that, where we could probably have us 300 and something things. No. We knew the chances that we was taking. And like I said, thanks to Sonny Mean Street, you know, up there, you know, he was able to get us, you know, growing with brat enough to get us 2 litters out of it, you know, and that was pretty good. But yeah, that would be a good one for guys to come in and start, and teach that part of the game. You know, is there somebody out there that has that type of experience? You know what I mean? Because that's a good piece of knowledge for a lot of fast lane dog men, because a lot of fast lane dog men feel like, if they don't know it, it still ain't gonna stop them from using it. It still ain't gonna stop them from going out there winning on it. But then when the dog's career is over, all the damage has been done because we have done it so much, but we don't never have a remedy to take them, bring them back to a natural way, as the roids come out the system. Yeah, it's probably somebody out there that do know it. We just don't know it. Like I said, back in my time, I didn't care. I would see a winner and see a breeder. Problem was, what happens when the winning's over? That was the problem. Wasn't getting nothing. Okay, who else trying to breed too? Okay, I'm going back to this. I'm riding on Tramp Red Boy. Notice these dogs ain't black. But you see how they doing it, right? Strike zone. Yeah, I remember how this was bred down here. That's what I be looking for when I'm looking for a prospect, or I want to breed this particular dog or breed to a particular line. I'm searching. There's certain things that I'm searching for. One of those things is consistency. 392 is not a great number, but I don't think nobody ever called him, a Mayday or a yellow or anything of the sort, because that is a lot of dogs that he's breeding to. Mm-hmm. He got a few winners out there. Champion Handsome. I've seen him a couple times. But then when you look at these dogs, don't you be seeing like, you be like, okay, y'all, if I was looking for a dog, you know, Tramp Red Boy, he's a pretty good bred dog. And, we're going to find him in, some pretty good dog pedigrees. But could you say that that line right there is stronger than the Maydays or the Bucks? Where's those type of dogs at in the now? That's the thing. Yeah, you might still be producing winners out there, but the numbers, it's the numbers that I be looking at. What is consistency rating? If you was to rate Mayday with all the dogs he was bred to, it probably wouldn't look all that good. And that's just based on when he was bred in Ecuador, as much as he was bred compared to what he was being bred to in the United States, where, in those breedings in the United States, look at the majority that was making it out. Not giving credit to the whole litter, but giving credit to those dogs who was going out there establishing themselves in the fast lane world as winning dogs.
as those winning dogs, there was a lot of them. I think anytime you have 5 dogs out there on a circuit, coming off a dog that's destined to be an all-win, that's attention. I would be looking for that dog. Now, he might turn around and breed and have another 300 dog offspring. The point that I'm making is I'm looking at what worked to make me want to breed to him. And what it was that worked, do I have any of it? Forget about all the other breedings, because usually the ones that you're looking for are the ones that work. The ones that don't look like they worked or produced anything heavy, because I'm going to be out here paying crazy money for stairs fees. I'm breeding to a champion. I don't know how y'all going to decipher y'all champions to the old, but I'm talking in the old past tense anyway. But if I was to be doing any type of breeding, I'm trying to breed to the dogs themselves. I'm not trying to breed to a son or a puppy, anything like that. I'm trying to breed directly to that winner, especially if his pedigree lines up and you can recognize the reason why that dog was able to go out and win 3, 4, 5 matches. And can this dog throw some of himself? Is what we look for when we pay stud fees to breed to those type of dogs. Any questions, money? He's steadily listening. No advice, no comment. What up, Buck City? Might say you in the house. I ain't really looking at the chat, y'all. You all know that I don't really look at chat that much while I'm doing the show. But I might say y'all out there, big shout out to the Shark Tank and the family. What up, fellas? I'm just surprised that y'all out of pedigree shooting. Where's my phone? No. I'm trying to find it. Hey, what we doing? He's doing that looking. Let me go over the poll right quick. The poll question tonight was, do you think it's time for 7-8 Sports TV Dog Talk Show to come back for Sunday Night Dog Talk? I have 110 voters. We have 71% that said yes, 29% that says no. Now keep in mind, fellas, y'all know J-Bo do Sunday nights. But J-Bo's on at 8 p.m. Back in the time I can remember, 7-8 was coming on at 7. I think it's a good thing to have my brothers back so we can enjoy ourselves for our Sunday nights. Starting off with 7-8 and finishing out with J-Bo, because, when we over there, Bulldog with J-Bo, we might be up to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. My brothers usually give us an hour and then they be on that peace mode. But, again, I just miss them out here, and I'm pretty sure, Bakari, my man, Rasta Man Boom, Schoolboy, the General, Walking Down Ram. They just had a good show, and I think I love the entertainment, and I think you guys would too. I know they went private on us, but I'm trying to get them back out here and just share, give us one night of entertainment. I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from, and again, that is not no disrespect to J-Bo, because I know J-Bo's on at 8 o'clock, and I know 7-8. That 7 o'clock show was always a plus for me. Y'all know what I'm saying. Voters continuously vote. It does help my point to my brothers when I have the conversation, just how much they're missed. So I appreciate everybody else who voted. Don't forget to hit that like button, and please subscribe if you haven't already done so. Big shout out to some of the new faces I see out there in the chat. I see you, fam. There's another one tossed up to us.
Now we have to go to clicking and find out why this dog so good. We see battle dogs in here. We see the battle crosses in here. Let's look a little deeper. And I always say start down there with the female because he made a decision to take this dog and go breed. Different little type of style, but if you're paying attention, you see the direction. I don't know why he's in blue, but they throw black and white. That's for dang sure. Heavy outside renegade, that's for sure. You know what that stamponado is, see? So we see a lot of stamponado. That's a whole lot of renegade. You know, and you watching REP'd in 22. That's not too long ago. And then what he got here, he produced a female, but she produced this female here. She died in 22. I know where I'm going with this. How much you bet he ain't got much puppies? A lot of these dogs, a lot of these dogs be like, as you can see, right in here. This guy here, he was paying attention to what he was trying to do. But that be you see it's a hunter breeding. Smart moves, but you see a lot of if you take all this out and really look at what's there, dogs like that right there, dogs like that right there. You go back here and you see how much of that you're losing when you can't bring it up to the front. And when you're making good crosses, in which all these are good crosses, even down here. You know, just trying to put it together and make the connection to produce, even to get that far, you know, is a task. Because you can make the breeding, you can get a good dog, but until that dog is tested and checked and all that, I mean, he's not going to be a Mayday, he's not going to be a yellow, he's not going to be a blackjack, you know, because it's not easy as you guys think, as you raise these dogs with these, you know, big dreams of something happening. You know what I'm saying? And that something plays a big part because they all don't. If they all came out with something to look forward to, you know what I'm saying? We all have a bunch of damn dogs. But a lot of this is more failures than success. And when you get tired of getting the failures, then you look back and see how much you learned, and did what you learned have an effect on your results. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what was my other one? Cunningham's Boomer. What was that? Mm-hmm. No, that ain't all he had. Again, we've seen this before. We've seen this before. If you notice, it's almost the same concept with the same aspects of the red boy. Up here, got the melon up here. You got the red boy right here. And you get down in here, you got the Eli heavy. So they got Rufus going to this bitch and this bitch. Again, more Eli stuff. More Kobe. You see all this down here? You see the only thing that they were saying is stay within the lines. But this right here, always that little eighth of something. You see how it's bred, you still see the formula. And when you see formulas like that, guys, and you can put it together, and it has to have something to stand on. It's not to say that you breed every great breeding that you make is going to come out with something great. My thing is, it's not even the great breedings, it's the fact that when you make these breedings, you know, the dog, if you're just breeding dogs to move dogs, yeah, but see, in my time, you know, a lot of these dogs usually come from dog men that match their dog. You know, not saying that breeders, there was a lot of great breeders, but breeders sell a lot of dogs. You know, and what can they tell you about a dog that they never looked at? You know, and how many people are open to answering those type of questions these days? You know, you got to damn near see the dog that you like and go with what you see. You know, I'm definitely never been a fan of hearing about it without seeing about it. You know, that would be wise advice for you guys. Still nothing money. Big Steppin' in the house. Mike say Big Steppin's in the house. Shout out to you, big bro. And what was another one, Mike? Chicago. Who said Sue? We did Jack. Chicago Bulldogs Thunder. Mel. I'm gonna tell how he bred. See the formula? Again, my point, and you're gonna keep on beating it and beating it and beating it and beating it. So when you guys be out here breeding paper-wise, buying puppies paper-wise, you cannot compare your dog to dogs like that. Unless you're getting those type of results. And again, we still talking about how's he bred. You can't deny the fact he comes off a champion, come off a champion, comes off a champion, and everybody seemed to be producing. You know, still boiled down to old Mr. Gary taking Sue and breeding Sue, and you see how Sue bred. You know, what they was doing was capturing. They were capturing the genetics. That's what dog fighters do. Even when they ain't the greatest of breeders, you can best believe there was the bulldog that bought him. This bulldog right here, Ramrod. Tramp. But it was this bulldog right there that had Sue being bred to Tramp. You know? Let's see what was being bred to that may have worked. 7-time winner here. But you see what they're doing, right? That's how you produce great dogs. It is hard not to produce great dogs when you breed great dogs together. Something that you see in the process. There was a reason why you could keep on moving, because look how they was breeding. Remember, by the time they got to this right here and decided to breed to that dog right there, they had an opportunity to say, well, this is a bad bitch right here. Let's go breed the Thunder. You know? I didn't see much out of the 15. I tell you what, the Scratch Line had one. Ghetto Boys had one. They were searching. Now, we ain't gonna go through all the dogs, but just imagine Scratch Line with Arrow. Still looking for what made him win. Maybe POR, maybe not that. But let's take a look at some of the crosses that they used. Let's go to he was bred like the brother. Like I was saying, these type of breeders right here, guys, gonna give you some good dogs, but you got to use the right dogs when you make those breeders. Now, as you can see, I keep on saying, you always breed the champions or the registered mares. When you look at their pedigree, there's a reason why they're special. Another dog that I talk a lot about, you know what I'm saying? That, you know, I'm kind of hard on sometimes is um, is breedings like these. Again, another good producer. But pay attention on how he's bred. You see what I'm saying? Not only was he a winner, a grand champion, look where it comes from. Mm-hmm. Little May brother, the champion Noriega. You know, she was another key factor because she produced some good dogs. See what Little May brother was? When you go dig it down in his pedigree, you're gonna find some good bred dogs. Ain't got but 98. Let's go see what helped make his shit work. And if you notice, most Mayday dogs all have a phenomenal body. One of his first in 22 minutes beat one of the hardest biting Frisco dogs out there. And let's see, he won his first in 22. He won his next one in 58 against a hard mouth. He won his third in 35. Fourth was against Bugatti, 26. Look how he's bred. I always say that when it comes to him, and you notice this is early, key factor that really helps Yellow Man is the way he's crossed, and it doesn't hurt to add. Like we would always say, best way to breed Mayday dogs is to cross them out. Cross them out with shit you know that's gonna work. Hmm? Yeah, that's ugly. You got 2 pages. Mm-hmm. Ugly? Was she? Go back. Could he produce like his daddy? We would have to go through these right here to see what they come up with. You know what I'm saying? It always seemed that if you go back to back, because he wasn't bred a lot, you know, you go back in and you try to find consistency. Now, if it was me searching, I'd be looking for consistency. He would make my list because I would look at the breedings that he did have and say, was they breeding him right? Do you think they was breeding him right? If we go down and look at some of these, and then we could down there say, no wonder he ain't produced shit. Are they following the pattern to make it work for them? And it's the way you follow the pattern. Yeah, that's triple bred, right? Was it too much? When you look at it, you be like wondering. You know, this dog is definitely not in the country. I see the 313, but I don't know if that's our country shit. You know what I'm saying, y'all? AKC champion. You know what I'm saying? AKC, UKC. No wonder he wasn't producing nice body show dog. It's because they have those bodies that they work good in shows. You know, not only do they work good in shows, they work good for guys who want to do treadmill races and things like that because they have that type of intensity. They have that type of motivation. Mayday dogs are really like almost like Jeep dogs. These dogs down here, if we were to literally pick him out, really go for some great shit, you're gonna see a lot of pages. Where you see? What's that? Because she was sold in Texas. I actually sold this dog to Mad, full of May 2 puppies. See, he even bred the Mugger man because they would think they bred Sassy Girl, her mother, to him and produced the winner. See those ears? See those Angus ears, y'all? Mad. He funny about breeding. He does expect the best. But I sold him this dog. She was in heat when I sold her. I sent her down there with a belly for the Maytooth pups. I did like James Crenshaw did me. You know what I'm saying? Catch them in heat when you buy them. I'll give you got a good deal because I'm going to send you down there with a bunch of shit that work with, not just a bitch, but a bitch full of puppies. I did that to a couple of them. Did that to my dad when I got rid of her. I was breeding them straight to Maytooth. They come in heat. I breed them, then I was selling full of puppies. I was getting rid of them anyway. I was getting out of the dogs, but I was trying to set up a foundation of dogs, and when I did get out, it was going to be a lot of that shit out there. If you notice, I want to show y'all this part, okay? It was what they say it was 3 of them. The only problem I have with this one right here, 23, is that I am more positive. I'm very positive in this potty because they got a lot of them double. That a lot of these dogs that came out of that breeding, if they ever made that breeding twice, I never knew about it. But you look what they produced. Macho, Damien, Matey. I remember Comeback. He was a good one. He was just game, a lot of intensity. He didn't have the greatest of ability. Macho, he won. If you notice, they just throw good bread. They just throw good dogs. One of the better known good dogs they had was this one here. That was an out. I always talk shit on him. They're right down there in Texas, so I always talk shit on them. But the outcome is how the dogs produced. It's Kennels. A lot of them had this stuff. To me, it wasn't. It produced good, but the foundation that got set behind it, you know, through good breedings, like these dogs, like this one, Matey, Damien. You know, it's all red. I always say, you know, a Mayday dog when you see one, because most of Mayday dogs, that thing right there on their neck, either gonna go up to the right, it's gonna go up and go to the left. The dogs that I've seen, you know, from Brat and all the most of the other dogs that we had that had that characteristic always have turned out to be real good dogs. Not saying that might be a major factor why he's such a good dog, but I'm just saying that was almost like a characteristic to the dogs that we were seeing when we was, you know, looking on our yard. White toenails, just decent dogs. And I always say, if he's going to be a good one, he got to be able to produce not just on their yard, but everybody else's yard. Here we go. Here we got global champion Chico Lopez. We know she didn't do that over here. We didn't win 3 pages. Still trying to find them 3 champions. You're going to put them out there like that, you know? A lot of those dogs, even then, if you're checking out the pedigrees just in this dog here, would you breed to him? Even though we know a lot of these dogs that came off of this dog here, you'll find producing good dogs. Like they jumped a generation and turned out to have good dogs. Now, I don't see nothing in here that we can go pulling up I didn't see one champion in 3 pages. But they do produce good dogs. Another one. Brother, sister breeding. Here he is with 2 pages. This is when you know they're in a breeder's hand. See what it look like when they're in a breeder's hand? See, these will all be things that if I got something, I like it because I like the dog. But if it was based on me trying to get it because the way it was bred, Damon wouldn't be on my list. Just keeping it real with you. Not or Lynch. Because if I'm looking and I'm searching, I'm trying to find me one that's going to be, if I can't get to him, do my own breeding to him and see what I got, because I could have been just the same like all these other people. 3 pages full. And again, Chico Lopez got him as an all-win. I mean, you're going to post him out there like that, you know, at least show us how he's all-win. Just wanted to point that out to y'all as food for thought. I mean, these dogs be having great pedigrees, but that don't really mean much to me if you can't pull up a legacy. That's 3 pages of Chico Lopez's all women, and you would think that you find 3 dogs on here that, or 4 dogs on here that would make him such a great all women. Maybe we missing something. Anybody else can help me pull something up, it'd be appreciated. But I always talk junk like that. That's Lynch right here. Okay, let's see what he got here. Confirmation show champion. As I say again, they known to do that because they all had beautiful bodies. Again, to watch how they breeding. There's your little brother there. Down here, you're gonna get the same old stuff. You got Yellow John. Yellow John Red Boy stuff. Dogs that we call relevant. I wonder why that dog is special. See the body? Good bred. But it's still pointing out the fact that, like I said, You want to produce some decent dogs. That's how you. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Still there. Knock it out. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm still here. You don't want to change it up too much. But when you're making good breedings like this, you know, they're just like this dog here, POR, right? And don't you think we want to see some POR numbers? I mean, these are breeders. Anytime you see a breeder, you know, you got a title on it. Can we go find it? Can we see it? What's that? Yeah, 1, Busy Lizzie, AT and Rich. 2, 3, 6 points. Mm-hmm. Well, you still got some. We got Michael Myers. That was Pedro there. It's Warp Woman. Yeah, Michael Myers on that list. Got him down as white, Michael Myers. So you know that's old. Born in 2009. He got 2 pages. See what he up to. There's another one. They put him down as a POR. And they should be able to show us where the POR come from, right, people? I mean, when you go posting things like that, that just so simple. Be like, well, shit. What's the use of putting the POR if you can't see what he produced or the ROM? What did they produce? Look on here, you got him down as a POR for $21, and you don't see one winner. Not knocking that he don't. It just be my argument be, if I'm gonna have a champion, I'm gonna be breeding to a champion bred like him. I'm making damn sure I breed the right bitch so it don't be no excuses for why my shit ain't jumping. And I'm not a breeder. So I wouldn't be that patient. You add a lynch, you would still have to add Michael Myers to that list. Then that means we got 9. Still running a little short, what you say? Need some more, y'all. Need more. We see these dogs in a lot of good pedigrees. But you best believe the numbers ain't hellified. You know, they're not the greatest, but they're good pedigree. Right. See, a lot of that shit is just when you just breeding off the pedigree. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time when you get a winner, like this Damien dog here, you're gonna see him in this person's hand and another person's hand with the same dog. They bred good. No. And then when you look at them, you be like, and then you don't know why they ain't producing shit. It wouldn't take me a whole bunch of breedings to figure out if they was worthy of breeding. Now, that's why I be saying, I mean, why would I put all these titles? And we've been through Damien, Lynch, Michael Myers, they all got PORs and ROMs. And, you know, if these guys is putting these dogs up like that, giving them these damn numbers and titles and shit, can we see the damn dogs that you're making these title accusations with? You know what I'm saying? That's all we asking for. Because, you know, as viewers, we want to know. So we can see what it's making. Yet, we see all this right here, but we can't go in here and click it nowhere to get those. You see what I'm saying? They put it all out there, but you can't go in there and get none of that. Doing all that good breeding, you don't see nothing. Pretty good dogs. But you'll see some of these dogs in some pedigrees, you know what I'm saying? And be like, okay, you see some good ones. Like this was a good cross. And they be selling a bunch of dogs. But why did it work? And more than enough time to get something out of this. Another good cross, right? You would be expecting something. In a breeder's hand, keep that thought in mind. I call evolution breeders. What you see? I'm never a fan. I'm now y'all see why I be talking about stop breeding the papers and breeding to the dog themselves, because I'm not here to put none of those dogs down. But if I'm gonna be putting up my shit, you know, I want to make sure, and even the people that had our grown hot dogs, we didn't put those pedigrees in. You know, at least put the dogs. Don't put titles, and then when you go to looking for shit, ain't shit there. And what reference do you have? You know what I'm saying? To you know, even think about it. You get so focused on how he's bred that you don't even ask yourself the true question of what your eyes is truly seeing. What makes you think your shit gonna be any different than all this list of shit on here that ain't producing shit? You see what I'm saying? I mean, give me something. Give me something. Yet these dogs has been able to, you know, survive. The line has been able to survive, you know, based on what it looked like. Now, let's not forget Screaming Demon. He is part of that list of dogs now. You know what I mean? But, you know, I say again, he's not those same type of dogs. He ain't no, Screaming Demon, he ain't no, he's in a breeder's hand. Wildcat and them had him, but he's in a breeder's hand. You know what I mean? But Wildcat didn't breed that shit. And you look how it's bred. But at the same time, with all the other shit everybody else was doing, you got some of this shit to work. No, he wasn't bred a whole lot. There go Nicki Minaj. You know, you don't see too many match dogs in there. You see this one here. But look how he's bred. You know, could he produce? I mean, based on how he's breeding, it just look like it's a good pedigree. You see what I'm saying? I mean, but look at all this. Look. There go Monster Man. This bitch is producing. That's a selling story. See what I see, right? But you'll find him in some good dog pedigree. Yellow Man and all those dogs. With you when we go in here and go digging in and do our little, you know, hunt them down and our research, we go to looking like back then when we had the journal, y'all have the internet. And if you notice in certain things, you know, it ain't always set in stone. So if you're an ROM or you're a POR and you getting captivated on, you know, somebody sending you a pedigree and now you want to breed to the dog, you know what I'm saying? That to me is a no-no. Unless you want to be a breeder of good papers, then you run over there because you're going to get. But if I'm looking down and I'm looking at siblings and offsprings and all I'm seeing is good bred shit, but where is the other shit at? I mean, I'm gonna have questions. Now I know I didn't see Mayday's production record when I bred the Mayday, but I didn't need to see the production record. I seen the dog, so That's why I wanted to breed to him. You know, if I seen a dog, I don't care if he was Smeller, or you know what I'm saying, or a rascal. I mean, I seen Cock Diesel. Mm-hmm. You know, I saw him, and I liked it to breed to him. But the same thing that I saw about Cock Diesel was the thing that I thought about he would produce. Bred to Sassy, and me and Sassy has been bred to all these dogs, and the type of dogs she put out, they were game as hell and could produce game as hell dogs. But were they producing May-Mays? Were they producing brats? No. CD didn't produce a brat, but he did have Red Man and a couple other dogs out there off of him. That, you know, that Red Man had a producing power. One, you got Sassy Girl in his pedigree. You know what I'm saying? And then when you put up Cock Diesel, you know, he was bred a few times. You know, Helen Nerf was doing some breedings with him. And we're going to pull him up. But I guarantee you, you're going to see that there were a lot of, name I was looking for Mike. Yeah, my mind just took a slip. You know, it's a short name for him. They call him CD. I seen him. That's why I bred to him. But we got 2 pages. Said they was game, right? Here we got a champion right there. You got one here. You got one here. Yep, there's one of mine right there. He had a sibling. You know, you see a sibling, oh, because it's on the Bayless. That's why. I'm pretty sure Cotton Diesel got other dogs. Let me see. There go Cocky Girl. Yeah, McNasty. Sugar Ray. Sugar Shane. Mm-hmm. To the concert. I'm gonna get some of that shit. I have to move to that Stone City bitch. They need it too. You know what I'm saying? But as we go down through here, we definitely gonna be a PRR because he produced some few good winners. That he did do. For Red Man. Oh, I see him. Little red man right there. Another one. Look, the time they really bred him and see what they produce. Oh, bullet. No bottom. He had a brother too. I think his name was Scarback. But that's Scarback right here. That's him. But he had a little mate brother. I forgot what his name was. But there was another dog that little mate to this one. But he was a winner too. And that puppy looked just like Baba with the color. Yeah, he turned out to be a one-time winner. See what they're looking like? I can see it. Stone City made it cross at the bottom. Made it hardcore at the top. But look at the pedigree. See, if I'm gonna breed a dog, I'm gonna breed somebody like him, and don't care who else he producing with, as long as he produce for me. Is what I'd be asking for. See what I'm saying? Where you don't see much of him. Any of these guys out there got that kind of shit in your pedigree? And if not, what happened to it? You see what I'm saying? Hmm? Yeah. Another one. All one bitch. Okay. Now let's go see if she got all on status anywhere on here. We see Jack Diesel. Anybody see any more? There's another one. There's two. Anybody see a third? I think we've seen a third on one of them other pages. We'll go check it out. I want to give a big special shout out to my main man coming in with a two-piece. Appreciate the love. The one and only Biking Family LG representing school country. Appreciate the love, fam. But if you look again, you see how he bred. You would think, let's go check the offspring. You would want to have some of this. They sure bred it right. Even better, missing links Spock, bitch. And got a two-time winner. But you don't see no pages or nothing. Got two pick and judge. Them the same dudes I think that had They made that shit, like this dog here, beat champion Bruce. Did you see how he's bred? I always say those common factors is Cunningham dogs show up real good in Mayday dogs. You'll see good things. You see what I see. Again, characteristics stand out. There's another one to be the champion. No, he ain't American. Somebody over there in one of these countries got him. But you see the breed. And these kind of breeders right here we was making when we was doing them. We was using dogs like this up here, but we was using, you know, the Beetlejuice as the out down here. You know, Beetlejuice was heavy red boy. But that Stone City, Mayday, even that Super Kennel Cross with 357, you know, you gotta have the right dogs. You know, I think a lot of this shit got killed off because they stopped doing dogs and started doing papers. A lot of these dogs was more valuable bragging about how they was bred than how good they were. You know, we did look at Shaq Diesel. Okay, that was 1, 2. I think we seen another one off of him somewhere. But, you know, they got all Wham up there. Nope, they're not on him. Yeah, they did. They did have one on his daddy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we bred to him, we had some nice built dogs too. Nice, strong structure. But they was, I would have to say, fight crazy. You know, one thing you have to worry about them was they gonna fight. But they fought crazy, not smart, not great. Just know how to stick their hand in fire, even though they know it's burning. They gonna take a shot at it.
They didn't make the team, in other words.
Yeah.
They did not make the team.
No, because they gonna go down on our yard because we doing what we looking for killers. And even if you was game as hell, you was not gonna survive the onslaught that our dogs that we like to take out gonna put on you. Because we'll run through a whole game, old dog. You know, we expect to do that.
We're not cruel people.
Right. We're not cruel people, but at the same time, that gameness and scratching crazy shit don't mean shit to me. Because you're gonna need more than that for me to win with them. And we can prove that by putting them on one of them kind of dogs that we do like taking out back then. You know, one of them killers, and they wouldn't survive. And, you know, they ended up getting game tested and showing the same results on the same kind of stuff that I was saying to y'all earlier. That's Max Sassy. Yep, that was one of them bitches that I sent down there to Mad. really ain't but 2 dogs right there. What you talking on, man? Dick can, let me do a little diesel. Keep it moving. It's a little diesel. You see, they all had that bodies. That's one thing you can count on. They're gonna have those bodies. And they're gonna be able to work trees and all that. That was the crazy thing about them. All of them was higher. High. But out of all the stuff that we was messing with, there's a winner. Look how he's bred. Remember I told y'all about that? Sammy A-Rad, that Cunningham stuff? They do cross good with it. Got like an old roll of Family Reds. Old Diesel. No, he ain't nothing but a game dog. Look at him. Look at him. You can tell he ain't nothing but old game roll dog. That's shit.
They were good for puppy starters. Rough.
Mm-hmm. This is a brother-sister breed here. Let's see where it takes us. Okay? Yeah, boils in there. Check this bottom out. There go another one. This Big Jake. Now you got Jeep, all kind of shit back in there. You see it? You got Jeep cross with some snooty. Then you throwing in some of that shit cross with some Bolio. I mean Boyle shit. Then you go down there and look at that Mountain Man stuff. Look at Jake. They made it a point to tell us he's official all around. But what do you think? And then, you know, again, those are good breedings right there. Crossing that Eli into that Patrick stuff, it did work. You go 4-time winner. Help me along in case I missed something. Well, we'll take a peek at how they breed them, okay? Here's our 4-time winner. Four-time winner, 4-time finisher, bar none. But look how he's bred. Look at Mountain Man's baby. Ain't that the same old Yazzie, Cody, and Mayday? All they doing is adding that Patrick to coincide with what was going on up here. And then they went down here. Chocolate Lively, that's a killer bitch. Champion Lively, yeah, that's that killer shit. Yeah. Damn the two champions and many more. Yeah, I'm gonna show you some familiar ones. They go Wiley. Not a great finisher, but a hell of a banger. But then here we go again. I said most champions, you look at their pedigree, and you see there is a formula. Always is. That sniper in them's old Wiley too. That's old Wiley. Same guy that had Jigger had Wiley. Champion Jigger had this dog too. 80 Days of Sniper Wiley. And did some breedings with him, but again, definitely in dog man hands. They go Sniper again. On the champion on that page. Wiley bred to an unknown. Dog was given to somebody, they took him out and won with him. Wiley was a good game dog. Didn't have no, he wasn't an all-out killer, but he could sure make you quit. That's one thing he could do. He could submit your ass, break your toes, based on what Snipe told me about him. And now they got a pedigree on him right here. Go take a look. Look like Wiley to me. Another good dog. Let's go see. I see the Buck stuff in there, Highland Worth stuff, Hargrove stuff. You go down here, you know we're gonna see some more of that. See our tumbleweed heavy bred all the way back here. But even still, they came to the conclusion with this bitch right here. What they gonna do with it? They gonna tumbleweed. I think he was on the cover of a journal. Red Eagle was another decent dog back in the day. Look how he's bred. Keep in mind, these was during the 2000s, 99, 2000. A lot of these dogs was being campaigned. You best believe Sniper and them wasn't no evolution or anything out there trying to produce, dogs to sell. It was trying to produce dogs that work. Zulu littermate. See, they was producing, that light stuff was producing. Notice how it was working. He wasn't but one champion away from becoming a Hall of Fame herself. Didn't have a bunch of dogs, but produced not a bunch of dogs, but as you can see, they were 2 champions and many winners. Oh, Jake. I'm going over these things, man, to see if guys out here got some of this shit in your pedigree. You know what I mean? Remember, we started this shit off. We started diving off way back in here. Because, you know, this dog produced a one-time winner. See it right there? So if I seen that work, I'd have been adding. I've been going around, not necessarily grabbing, trying to add some Pit Island shit to it, but I would have been trying to add some other dogs other than other Cunningham dogs. Is what I'm trying to say. Cause I got Sammy Arab Boomer here, hell of a producer. You know what I'm saying? But never was a big fan of the cross. You know, with the what Pit Island was doing with them, because they were breeders. They really wasn't matching dogs anymore. They were selling a lot of dogs. He got 3 pages. Like I said, when you're dealing with breeders, it's the kind of shit you're gonna see. I always be trying to tell you, I be pointing some of these things out. Again, they're trying to explain to you the 2-time winner thing, but we still looking for some winners, right?
I mean, the real CY said, the ruler said Jake Arsenal produced the Grand Champion.
If you can find his name, if you know his name, go ahead and shoot it to me. He produced the Grand Champion. Could she produce? No. So they get out of them breeders' hand, you don't see too much of them, right? That was just one. Yeah, all them. Bad bitch, I need two more. Red apple. That was page 2. Hope we find more on page 3. Yeah, like I said, when you're dealing with breeders, you get a whole bunch of down dogs. These be dogs y'all be out here buying. And keep on making these kind of breeds. And the whole time, what y'all getting? A pretty pedigree? Not to say that, these dogs don't be working. But if it was me out here doing it and I'm looking, these would be pass-bys for me. They don't impress me because I expect more out of a kennel that's considered a breeding kennel. Hmm? And who? Mm-hmm. It's in the book. These are the things that I be looking for and looking at. Oh, Big Jake produced the grand champion. Yeah, they do be loving the work. We started way over there. We didn't find much. I know CD produced the champion. I seen one out there before. I know he produced one. All right, fellas, come on, man. I need participation, Mike. And they said, I don't know, May May. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that a growing hard dog right there? Yeah. See Nye on this one. Remember Nye was off of sugar. You don't see Nico. This breeding here, I gave them, I bred Sassy Girl to Jake the Snake and didn't get no puppies. When they came around again, they came in heat. I gave them the breeding that they owed me. The breeding that they owed me. The Fancy Boys owed me a breeding because I bred Sassy to Jake the Snake. And then instead of what I did, I gave it to Tom. And he bred Sugar to Jake the Snake. Don't seem like they got much to me. Bullseye. So Jake, mm-hmm. I hope this was a puppy picture, Jake. One of the legs look too clean, and he still got full ears, and he got a beautiful muzzle. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Must be one of his younger pictures. Siblings. Let's see about this offspring. Well, again, here's one that worked. See the pedigree? Born 2010, another red dog. But look how he's bred. The pattern is still there. Got Jake on the top, Jake on the bottom, and look at the middle. Could he produce? I don't think he could. They start breeding them, and they breed them to these other crosses. Don't know what really happened to him. But I be saying the reach, like this breeding here. Why would I take this champion bitch and breed to him? He would have had to been a special mug. I mean, look how he's bred. But were they breeding papers? Were they breeding papers? Them are the kind of remarks that I'd be looking at. There's no way I'm gonna breed my champion bitch. Nothing up here. Because I don't see enough. This dog must have been something special. But if he had a knack, I mean, if you look at his pedigree, yeah, I would say he has potential. But when you breeding for working dogs and not papers, you'd be real more selective than a breeder would, because the breeder's looking at papers and a hunter's looking for, you know, work. Hey, thanks for that, Callahan, grand champion. You know, he looked mighty clean to me. Hmm? Mm-hmm. The real CY. Thanks for sending that in to me, partner. Just checking to see if it's the same dog. Look like the same dog, don't it? Got that line and stuff in him. Here's another clean dog. Two-time winner. Got the same name as old Loki. Let me see if this is the same dog here. With his bad ears. Callahan's Pepper. Yeah, that's the same dog, guys. He's a two-time winner here. Birthday born in 10. Little rough-ass female. We're going to check her to make sure she got any offspring. Same dog. See when this one was put up. Same dog, same birthday. They just got a frontal picture of him. I don't even see it. Not much breeding. Imagine if we were to take some Eli dogs and do the same thing, looking for the same expectations as we go down through these. Did you notice when as I'm showing you guys when you go out here breeding because it's a breeding frenzy out here. Everybody's got yards full of pretty paper pedigrees. You know, and you see more of that out there because again, I were to go back and pull up old bat ears, and you would say, okay, champion, two-time winner, one time off the chain on that one flick with his ears up. And then you take a look and be like, okay, I'm looking for something. You know, this must be a puppy picture. Okay, go with that. Because, you know, most of us don't even think about taking a picture of a young dog until they're something. And most of us that made champion, you know, you hardly ever want to put their picture up if they marked up too bad, you know? But me, I say, you know, it's an internet thing. And you guys got to know the difference between what's real and what ain't. You know, and these days of thinking you can just call somebody and they're going to openly and freely give you information about, you know, anything related to any illegal activity, they're going to feel like they talking to the police and they going to give you no information. But, you know, what you going to do? Ask him why the dog ain't got no scars and he is a champion? What's the deal with that? Is that a puppy picture or something? You probably get hung up on. You know? What you got, money? Anybody want to say anything else, Sam?
Picture of him before his career.
Yeah, I figured that. So you must know the dog. CY? The real CY, you must know him. Did he ever produce any decent dogs? Did they have a breeding program to him? Just a good question to ask. I'm just trying to find out. You know, good question. Mm-hmm. That's a good question. Because he was definitely built for battle. It's just, you know, you'd be fortunate to get one. You know, let alone you get fortunate to have one of them magnificent litters where you can go out there and just run through a whole damn litter and maybe get one or two great dogs out of it. That's good. Here's one. This dog here, it says he's a two-time winner, but I know he's a champion now. I know he's a champion now, but yeah, I seen a thing on him. Yeah, he's really not. He's actually a champion. I think he won his championship in like 48 minutes. Never scratched back to him. Pretty good dog. But what I liked about him, remember y'all, we seen this shit before. Remember that? Remember that pedigree we had open earlier? It had the same type of bottom. Damn it, like the same type of dog. Could have been the damn dog litter mate. Remember we were just on this shit earlier. Remember that, Mike? Hmm? Yeah. Another nice one. Litter mate. Yeah, I know he ain't got no. We got a puppy out there. Yeah, on just the GP, I like what I seen. I'm gonna tell you the interesting part about this dog here. He was an import. A lot of the stuff was overseas. Mm-hmm. But again, I can guarantee you, this guy here, he was not a breeder. He was a hunter, trying to fill back up his yard. Best way to fill that yard up is to breed match dogs. Now, I've never been crazy about Hitman, but he produced some good dogs. See, the dog died in 2006. I mean, 2022. Yeah, he had a brother too. He got a brother that's a champion too. Yeah, he got a live-mate brother that's a champion. I said, you know a breeder when you see one. What are you trying to breed for? Working stock. That's all that is, working stock. He only won one. I was talking about one earlier. Promising line of dogs right here. And we was on this shit earlier. Remember crossing that stuff up with that Bailey stuff? Definitely not a breeder. That War Paint is another good, decent dog, girl. Down there, they got POR, Champion Bama Drama off the 10-4 dog. Look at the cross. Must have been a decent dog for them to breed this bitch to him, unless they're trying to find some magic. You know what I mean? Hmm? What about it? That's that Diamond Gem stuff there. Okay, that one look a little better than the one I seen. Might want me to go back to that other one. Breeder. Dog back to matter. That's all up to our time. But he came up with two good dogs out of that. At least we could see who they were. And God must all win. We need 2 more champions, friend. Off of 10-4. We running short on champions at 10-4. So I like the pedigrees. I ain't gotta go way back looking for shit when it's right there. And you can almost put it together and see, okay, I can do this and I can do that. Now, what would I do with that? Right there, I would throw me some Mayday all in that shit. You know what I'm saying? I would throw me some Eli in that shit. You know, try to get around what's already there. Because to me, I see high-spirited, game-ass bulldogs. You know, I'm looking for killers, then I'm going to try to find me a killer to put on top of that. You know what I mean? Could I breed the Jack boy? Shit. Not yet. If I could, I wouldn't. The offspring list keeps me from being a, explorer. You know, this dog probably still got a young breeding career. You probably won't see none of these dogs until years down the line. Yeah, I like dealing with more established dogs. It kind of helps you with the crosses. Like, you know, this dog here, pretty good dog, then I would breed to him, but not because of his pedigree. I wouldn't touch him until he became something. But I definitely know that there's good dogs coming out of those dogs, you know. Just in knowing and seeing the ones that I've seen, you know, they're good dogs coming down the line.
Shout out to my man Windmill. Windmill. Windmill says, what percentage is the addition, OG?
What do you say?
So what percentage is the addition, OG? Give the crowd the percentage blood of Mayday dogs you are speaking.
Well, the percentage of dogs, like Mayday got all those dogs. Okay, let's use him for example. And keep in mind, y'all, when we talk about Mayday, we got Mayday, the match dog, and then we got Mayday, the breeding dog. So we got Victor, the match man, with Mayday, right? There's Mayday. We got Victor matching Mayday. He was putting him on everything. Then we have Victor, the breeder. You see what I'm saying, y'all? He really didn't have to match another damn dog after he got Mayday taken care of. But I'm going to point out major pieces in this puzzle. Dogs like Napalm produce good dogs. We've seen a couple of those tonight. Grand Champion Yellow Man. We know him. See what I'm saying? Creed's Oz. They got ROM, POR. Which one is he? Let's go check and see. Another big fine looking specimen. I don't see no ROM coming from this sheet of paper here. Might have some others somewhere else. Maybe you have better luck on the POR situation. How they put this shit up and just throw names up there and don't give us nothing to look behind and say, okay, we got a couple pages here. Okay, there go Champion Weirdo. Read to some Red Boy shit. Like I told y'all, that Jeep in there, you know what I mean? Always got to get a touch of that Eli in there when y'all doing this. Some odd reason you get the right Eli Cross in there, you'll see what I'm talking about. You know, don't take a lot, just a little. It always seemed to work. Little mate brother. There's a two-time winner there. Two-time winner there. We're doing better with the PR, aren't we all? Okay, I don't see. You got 2 pages. We're going to run down through here right quick. 148 dogs. It had to be something special. Everybody was breeding to him. That's for damn sure. Again, we're talking about percentages. There's a 2-time winner. $149, 48 dogs. Another 2-time winner, another 1-time winner. He's close to being a POR. I would give him that much. Maybe everything didn't go. But he was, one thing about it, he was producing match dogs. There's a champion. Definitely proved his point about being a POR. I'm still up for a debate. Came up a little short on my end. Been in her earlier years too, right? She's an ADBA champion. Look what she got in her. Taking the Mayday stuff like we did. And they added this SuperNet stuff to it. You know, same shit created Baby. Brat. You know, everybody take a poke at that one. Mm-hmm. I see Ace, a whole lot of Ace, Angus. You know, I call it Ace Angus, whatever you want to call it. They go Patch. There's Rosie right there, Ace's little mate's sister. Too bad they ain't got a picture of her. Y'all will see some shit. Airplane ears. Remember I told you about them ears? It was just one of those characteristics that just showed up. Especially with these dogs. Mm-hmm. I don't see. Oh, they picture some of these dogs. I be wanting to show y'all, but you see, this is why you can't find losing, losing a dog losing, somebody losing. I mean, super not losing. Real hard to find one. You know, I talked to many guys, and I've asked a lot of times. Anybody ever seen Super Nat lose one? Anybody? Anybody ever see Super Nat lose? I ain't. Anybody heard him losing? No, I didn't. I'm still trying to find somebody to tell me, yeah, I got him one time. He was a fanatic and he knew what he was doing. What he was doing, he got to have killers. He didn't care. But he was smart. And he liked the killers. I mean, that's what he had. You ain't gonna see when you go in the Super Nat, you better goddamn make sure you got a bulldog. That's not like it mattered, because again, I said I never seen the man lose. Mm-hmm. Now I'm just going through the pages. You know, we stopped through there. Okay. Now let me get back on this Mayday shit. Napalm played a factor. Okay, now let's go to these. These are champions that was around before Victor left. That was one right there. Luke Kane, May, 600. There's Brat. There's Chanel. So that was how many right there so far. These are the ones that I know of. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that page. That's 4 of them right there on that page, right there alone. And we got all these other pages. Now I can add, I can throw them in. We got Luke Kane, we got May, we got 600. Where's Chanel at? Didn't I just see Chanel? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Chanel should have been 4, right? No Chanel. Another killer bitch. That's 4. Then we know we don't see Hunch on here anywhere. We don't see Noriega on here yet. You know what I'm saying? That would be 5 and 6. There's Hunch. That's number 5. Now you got, see all these pages, 17 pages of Mayday. And I'm just showing y'all the dogs. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all them, but I can fill in the gaps. So we got 5 with Hunch. We got 6 with Champion CD. Cock Diesel, there goes 6. Champion Twisted was 7. was Twisted. We ain't got the Barracuda yet, and we ain't got the Noriega. So we still missing Barracuda and Noriega, right? That would make 8. Was that Eli Munson asked that question? We would have added Bam Bam to that equation. We could have added Hercules to that equation. Mr. Lincoln now. He's not a champion. Right. Instead of go finding them all, I can just tell you that was 8. Should be more than that. Let's see. Barracuda. We got Barracuda. We got Twisted. We got Blue Cane. We got Chanel. We had Brat. You know, I would say about it was 8. Maybe I'm missing one. Annabelle. Annabelle was 9. Yep, champion Annabelle. Those were all those dogs was right there in that one area. We ain't talking about, it was like all those dogs was on the circuit at the same time. These are the dogs that Victor had before he left. And you best believe it wasn't 17 pages. That's for damn sure. He didn't have 17 pages. Okay? But he had a lot of dogs. My thing was his consistency of what he was throwing was pretty high with just certain ways he was breeding. You know what I'm saying? Remember, these was all only ones that you see. Only ones that I can tell y'all that was not bred off at Victor's yard was down near the Brat. You go back down through all these other champions. I said champ 187. I said last 187, right? Okay, there you go. Juliet was still here, but I come up with like 9 of them. And the only one that I don't see on there is Annabelle. And during that time, all those dogs was right here with Victor. I mean, not too many of them. It was off outside of Brat. Twisted came from there. I mean, I'm showing y'all mostly all these dogs, except for Brat, was a Southern Kennels dog, and he was breeding these dogs. He was breeding and letting go. This is how all those dogs got out there. Remember, we didn't have Noriega up there, but I think most of every one of those dogs outside of Brat came from Southern Kennels. That's a lot of champions coming off of one dog. We're not even counting Bam Bam because, see, Bam Bam never had his matches, even though he won he was the grand champion, but he was never reported to the journal. And that was another thing that Victor was pissy about. And you know, the same guys that say no name Kennels, they no names in them had May too. Before they sold May. So these are great dogs that Victor had before he went. This was Victor the dog fighter producing these dogs. And then you have Victor the breeder, who comes up with 17 pages of dogs. Now the percentages based on what he had here in this country and the breeders that he had, and he had several breedings, he had a whole lot of dogs coming out of Southern Kennels coming off of Mayday. But it wasn't a lot of them hitting it, you know, a lot of them out there, you know, really being campaigned like Twisted, Lucane, and all the rest of them. They came in like a bunch. So there was not very much room for nobody out there that was running into them because they were losing. So that just upped the game and ante on Mayday to produce more puppies because the demand for them was pretty high. You know, and that's the point that I was saying when they go to talk about Mayday and his percentages. If Mayday was producing dogs like those 9 dogs that I rattled off before he left Ecuador, just imagine if it was the same Mayday. They got over there and made 17 pages. Me personally feel like there'd have been a lot more champions. You know, the numbers would have been the same. Why change? Why change? Some of them dogs was litter mates to each other. You know what I'm saying? You can start pairing them champions up. You're going to see some of us in the same damn litter. I know May was his, I think she was a litter mate to one of them. I know Hunch was had a litter mate. I think Barracuda, I don't know if he had them, but you know, if I went through them, I could probably tell you. But it's just the thing was, that's the percentages that I'm talking about. That's the percentages that catapulted Mayday up there. When those dogs started winning. And when I say you take 9 dogs and put out there on the circuit, because I think every one of them dogs that I named was champions by 2000. 9 dogs. Yeah, I said every one of them was champion. Now, I'm trying to see. Laz had 187. I just wanted to make sure I'm right. Hold on. I don't know, Laz had one name. 187. Okay. So that would be 10. I was right. Laz 187 with some lockjaw. That's 10 dogs. No, that's 600. Yep, there you go. That was 600. Laz 187, 600. That was one. 600 was one of those dogs that did not come off of Victor's yard. Other than that, all the rest of them, Brat and 187, all the rest of them came from Victor. Victor sold them out. All the way down to Napalm, Bam Bam, you know, dogs that went on and got accredited. But the percentages that he produced, you would expect those same percentages when he got over there in Ecuador. I mean, really bigger numbers based on You know, now he's breeding to sell puppies, and then you got people spending money to breed to Mayday. So the more people that got involved after he left Florida, the more dogs he started having and selling, the worse the percentage became. I mean, it became so worse that, you know, you forgot the gold era when he ran off 9, really 10 great dogs. You know, that's the thing that I'm talking about. You know, when you got that many dogs out there, don't you think that the expectations shouldn't have changed just because you got over there to Ecuador? You was selling and buying and breeding more dogs than you was here in the States. I would have been expecting those numbers to be higher, a lot higher. You know what I'm saying? And based on those percentages, when I go on, that's why I see the production in the growing hard dogs. You know, they almost tell you the real Mayday stuff because they had that genetic gene, but they were able to reproduce. You know, good producing. Mayday was a good producer. Most of every one of them that was bred here, you know, they didn't get a chance to breed May. I mean, Hunch was a good producer. Lucan was a good producer. Twister was a good producer. Remember, every one of these dogs, Brat was a good producer. Chanel didn't make it. She didn't have a lot of puppies. Annabelle, you'll find her in a lot of great pedigrees. Every one of these dogs have producing power. There's not too many other dogs that I'm speaking on outside of Macho Buck. You know what I'm saying? And I can't really give him the full credit due because, you know, Matty was already in Ecuador when that happened. Wasn't there long, but he was definitely there. But, you know, they were all able to produce great dogs and actually create their own line. Lucan got his line. Hunch got his line. Rat had her line. Barracuda had his line. You know what I'm saying? They were all able to produce good dogs, which were able to produce a great characteristics in Mayday. Now, the more you start flooding the market with Mayday dogs coming out of Ecuador, the higher the numbers got, you know, like, come on, 17 pages. And we ain't got over 20 champions based on the numbers and the percentages of what Mayday had when he was in the United States. Hey, that difference is too big of a difference not to throw a red flag. That's my point. They're coming out sporadic now. I mean, they should even be better breedings because, you know, he's over there. Ice Day and all them other dogs. Yeah, they was bred in Ecuador. Those dogs popped up in Ecuador. Mayday Jr. looked just like Mayday. Looked just like Mayday. You wouldn't have never thought his name was Mayday Jr. He damn near looked like he was Mayday. And a lot of people could not tell the difference. And that's why I always said, I think a lot of them dogs is coming off of that Mayday Jr. Not saying if he was producing like Leonidas, Champion Monster, you know, these dogs was Ecuador champions. You know, they was after Mayday left. So even though Mayday's numbers went up, then it goes up too much further because you go from 9 to 10 dogs that was here in the States, and yet on the registered merit list, what is he, like 13, 14? You know, did that sound right to you? And he was breeding more, throwing more dogs out there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Mayday double bred, a lot of Mayday this, a lot of Mayday that. But where is those numbers before Mayday became famous and he had all those litters out there in the United States to that came out there in Dogman's hands that was able to produce wins that made Mayday famous. Yeah, the way I see it, if he was the same Mayday to the left, doing what he did when he was here, Mayday would have over 20-some champions. Damn near 30. That's why I always throw the red flag. You know, what happened when you left the United States? We already know you left here, you know, with a bunch of damn dogs that didn't take. You know, it's always going to be a question, you know, for those who was close to Victor, know the truth. You know, I can say the ones that was close to Victor, I can just say about the 13 guys that, you know, that actually bred them, they didn't have no puppies. And then he had a bunch of them, you know, dogs that was coming out of Mayday over in Ecuador, a whole bunch of them. Y'all see it, 17 pages, you know, maybe some double ups in there somewhere. But there was a lot of dogs coming out. But where are those numbers at? It make you question. You know, what happened to Mayday? You know, when you are the one that bred these 9, 10 great dogs. Victor was. Outside of Brat in 600. As far as the rest of them, no. Those is Victor. Okay, you over here in Ecuador, you the breeder of all these. What happened to the yard? Why you ain't getting these kind of dogs no more? Why did things change? What happened to those percentages? When percentages change, that means something else changed too. Especially when you got 17 pages of dogs. But we know for a fact the great ones that we still say their names. You don't hardly ever hear us talk too much about Champion Monster. But he shows up. When we got Psycho, you know, he was still in the States when he bred Champion Mikey. You know? Let's go to Champion Monster. You see his birthday? 1998. Victor was already gone. He's one of them. Born in 98. Victor was already gone. Because you look at Maytoo's birthday, Maytoo was bred in Ecuador. Rat was bred in Ecuador. So Maytoo was off of Mayday. You know, he's one of them breedings. And I know that if Monster was bred in 98, in 98, he was born in Ecuador. See, breeder, Southern Kennels. But yes, he was one of the first to be exact. And Leonidas, they were like one of the first. After Victor left. But, you know, there ain't too many names after that. And remember, we can go down and check Mayday pedigrees on Twisted and all those dogs, and you're going to see another irregular situation. We ain't got to go and do a whole bunch of shit. We're going hard, dogs, when it comes to this shit. But you're going to see as I go down through here, if we can do this shit with Twisted, we can do this shit with a couple of them. And they gonna have half the pages. Go half the pages. You ain't gonna see shit like this. See, that's what I'm on. This shit. I can go pull up Twisted, Luke Kane, Haunch. See what I'm saying? All those pages. We ain't ran across one yet. That's what I be talking about. There wasn't too many of them out there. There wasn't too many of them out there. Then we see Twisted on one of these pages. Get back to Mayday. We already knew Luke Kane's producing record, you know? But that was another thing that, you know, made my ears perk. You know, stood up, you know, searching around like I'm alerting something. You know what I mean? Luke Kane, all in. Maybe she didn't have pups. 600, he had a few. I don't think he was bred a lot, but last got in trouble. $31. And that was 600. But you remember, he was in the States. And he didn't last very long. You know, they took him. Laz got in trouble. Laz had a couple great champion dogs on his yard. Don't know whatever happened to him. But if you look, y'all catch on to what I'm saying. That was 600. You already know Brat's World. Chanel's another one that, you know, we didn't hear much about her because of the demise. No pups. She was like May May. I'm trying to find Twisted. He was on the same page or he's on the next page? Yeah, they were Hunch. Not a great producer, but I tell you the other one, Cot Diesel, Mike. I didn't say him. Yeah, Switchblade, that was a champion. He was a one-time winner. I mean, he was a three-time winner. I know he lost one. Yeah. But you see, he got a couple pages. You know, could we get a pure art out of him? Maybe. You got 4 pages to do it with, or 3 pages to do it with. Okay, look, there's another one off a hunch. There go Hannibal. No, when you go and start going down through them, you don't see 5 or 6 pages. See, you don't see a lot of dogs. Right, he could be a POR. I think he had about 17 up there. Another 3-time winner. Ecuador. Ecuador. You know, but none of them mighty numbers. Remember, you see where we going down through here and Mayday shit, and I'm still looking for Twisted. I didn't think we had to go all them pages, man. Did I miss him somewhere? I seen Lorraine. I don't see Annabelle. We missed Annabelle. But I'm just trying to pull up the ones that I know. Cock Diesel. To do some winners. Yeah, we did Cock Diesel. You know, he had a few champion. He had a champion in there, but look, we don't see none of that. And we know he was from the States. I haven't ran across Twisted. Amos wasn't. Combat Elite. Amos wasn't. I don't think Amos was here. He might have been because my Apache, yellow Apache, she was bred like this, but her mother was the litter mate. This dog here is the litter mate to Hooker Red. And they bred Bruiser back to Hooker Red. And that's where yellow Apache came from. See? You'll find Going Hard's yellow Apache in there. You know, sundown where. Maybe. But that's still her right there. Hooker Red. That was Apache's. That was Apache. I bred her to Mayday, and she came up with Bubizia, just like Brat. But yeah, she was off of Hooker Red. Me, I'm still trying to show y'all. Yeah, there you go. this dog here, that he became a 2-time winner, and it let him his sister the shit. I mean, that's 2 dogs y'all done seen me getting dogs off a pro set. People thought, you know, Fat Bill getting mad because I talked about that shit like I don't know Tom. Okay, more proof. Had a dog right off of Sugar. There's another dog right off of Sugar. With Sugar being bred to Nico. That was Mayday being bred to Sugar, then you got Nico. But Twisted, he produced. I mean, he produced this litter in itself was a hell of a litter. It was a hell of a litter. He lost to Cochise as an old dog, but you see these crosses here? These dogs could go off and produce their own little working hand. Same guys that had Red Ruby, grand champion. These same dudes is the ones who's bred took Madame and produced the grand champion Red Ruby. It was off of Madame, Mayday and Brat. I mean, Maytu and Brat's daughter. But you see what I'm talking about? Yeah, you ain't seeing none of that coming out of Ecuador. None of that. That's just the point that I was trying to make with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And they had a couple of other good dogs in that thing, but you know, these dogs went on to produce their own, you know, produced a lot of good dogs. You know, even though we don't see it, you know, people went in the dark, but there was some good dogs out there. Another daughter of Mayday. But again, seven of these wins didn't go over 35-minute mark, and one of her 8 wins was into champion hunting. Then it went an hour and 45. See, Diana was one of them that was Ecuador. Remember, that's the Macho and Diane, and then and Hannah. But Mayday was in Ecuador at the time. He was not in the States. And look. Mm-hmm. This point to be brought up to the forefront. You know, All these dogs had the ability to reproduce. Every one of them. And that was the point I was really trying to make was, you know, if you sit back and look at the dogs that was produced while he was here and then what he produced after he left, you know, you're gonna see a relation that hey, there is a difference. And even when it comes down to the producing ability, a lot of the dogs, you know, say we wasn't getting mass numbers and what didn't nobody step into the shoes of Mayday, not even Luke Kane. You know, Luke Kane's numbers is not close to his daddy's, but you know, his connection as far as the consistency. When you have 5 generations of grand champions back to back to back to back, that speaks a lot of volume in itself. And it's nice to know that, you know, thank God it was a breeding done in the United States, you know, as far as Luke Kane. And Luke Kane was bred into a Stone City dog and they came up with Miss Luca. Another Mayday Stone City cross. You know, yeah, and that is grand champion Miss Luca. So, you know, back then they wasn't breeding papers. They was breeding dogs, and you were getting better dogs. Now, you know, when you're dealing with breeders, then you're going to see a bunch of dogs, and you're going to have a variety of people having these dogs, breeding their dogs, trying to build a line, but they're not building dogs. You know, a working kennel, they're not going to have a bunch of that shit. They ain't got time for a bunch of that shit. They're going to make this particular breeds, and then they're going to put that shit off to the side, and they're going to wait on it to see if there's any reason to go any further. But they're going to wait and see what happened with that shit like I was doing. I was sitting on those dogs. Remember, I'm sitting there breeding a Maytu. As I'm getting out of the dogs, I'm breeding bitches too, and just to make sure I get enough of that shit out there, man, I'm getting rid of the dog. Let me at least put some goddamn going hard shit off the Maytu out there. So, bitch came in heat, I'll take a breeder that Maytu. They for sale too. Here's a litter of Maytu coming with you. And that's how a lot of them got out there. But, you know, the thing is, you got to pay attention before y'all just go breed into anything, you know, especially a champion. Make sure that it comes from a productive background. It's going to give you something to work with. Don't breed for the purpose of the papers, because then, you know, a lot of people who's trying to do something or trying to get something to work with, they're going to fall on salty waters because they're not going to be getting shit. And the game is full of a bunch of damn dogs out here now that ain't worth a fuck, but they got good papers because they're breeding papers instead of dogs. And the quality of these dogs is not the same as the dogs back then. I don't give a damn what y'all say. I just, you know, how can it be when everything's got a piss hose on it? Everything's getting watered down with piss. They're not taking good dogs, they're taking paper dogs. And then you got guys out here that just literally getting dogs just to have good papers and to sell dogs and proclaim something that they're not. How do you know that motherfucker's super game? You know, oh, you did him at home, you checked him. Oh, okay, he passed his test. But then you come and ask me, well, you know he's super game because I mastered him 1-3 times. You know what I'm saying? Or I would tell you he made the game test, but he wasn't no master dog. Maybe he can produce better dogs than him. Maybe he can produce us a master dog instead of just a game dog.
Why'd you give Maytu away?
Why'd I get him out? One, I was getting out of dogs and wasn't breeding. I made my decision to get out of dogs. I started breeding Maytu. I bred Maytu to Bebe. Then I met Better the Brat. And them the only 2 breeds that I made with Maytu. The only 2. You know, I bred Maytooth to Sarah Kell. Got that one. She only had one pup. But other than that, that was it. I was getting out. You know, and that was it. Had them little puppies off of Maytooth and Bebe, and ended up selling what a day out there in California. All the rest of them, they all went in package deals to everybody else. Jamie bought most of the yard herself. But that's what I'm talking about. You know, I wasn't going to sell Maytooth to just anybody. You know, anybody could have got him, but Maytooth was, he went to people I knew. People I knew. My KP. Then my KP passed him down to our protege. And our protege was able to move on forward with him, and he got straws off of him and all that. But, you know, that's breeding to somebody you know gonna produce something. Compared to not just don't fuck his papers. If I was to take a straw of Maytooth and wanted to breed to something, I wouldn't be breeding to Maytooth to anything but a producing line of dogs, preferably a champion bitch. Or I would be breeding a bitch that I bred, you know, that produced probably a winner here or there, or got a promise, gonna already have winning now. I might be a one-time or two-time winner back then, but I'm trying to breed to take that straw and breed to a champion bitch. I mean, when I say bitch comes a champion, then, you know, there's a likelihood that I understand her pedigree and I understand why she's good as she is. That's how, you know, us hunters work. We just don't breed dogs to, you know, and then brag about, you know, a dog that, you know, ain't never been matched, game tested. Oh, he was a hell of a dog, but he ain't got not a goddamn minute of match time on him. How many of y'all breeding into them kind of dogs? How many of y'all buying those kind of puppies in the now? You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of pedigrees, and I see a lot of them that I have to sit back and wait till I get to the fourth generation. They say, well, shit, the only thing I see wrong with this pedigree here is you got pressure on this dog. This, you know, you got the first, second, and the third, then your fourth, you got all these winners. But then you got to remember, you got the dog. So you bought this dog, and he ain't got nothing in his first, second, or third, but he got all the great shit in his fourth. Then the pressure going to be on that dog, because if that dog don't produce, you breed that dog, guess what? You won't see none of that fourth generation in that dog's puppies. So you got a whole 4 generations of shit. Nothing in comparison to what you had back there in the back. And that's what's happening to the game when y'all taking all these pedigrees and breeding pedigrees instead of dogs. You know? And then you integrating that shit and it's leaking into the you know, the worthy lines and fucking them up. Well, you know, you got a lot of dogs out here that's straight up producers, but been bred to bullshit, and you know, what you expect to do. Now, every once in a while, you get lucky, you may get 1 or 2, but them days of having a whole damn litter, 4 or 5, here and now, I don't believe it. The only way that can happen is you're going to have a great line of dogs, and if it's a great line of dogs, y'all know about this shit. If there's a great line of dogs out there in any comparison to David Tant shit, Southern Kennels shit, Jonesy's shit, hardcore shit, that's throwing dogs like all them registered married and great match dogs, we know about it. But we don't. I rest my case with that note right there. Figure that out. So when you guys is out here trying to buy these dogs and Twin, what did you think about this shit? Okay. Well, I don't want to give you no bad advice because, you know, I'm retired. Okay, money. I don't know why it seems like it be here so short time. Sporting Dog Archive. I leave out, we was talking Cunningham, how we end up on Mayday, twin badass Baptist preacher. No matter how the sermon starts, we're always up with Jesus on the cross. Well, Sporting Dog Archive, one damn thing we was trying to let you know from the very start, you just missed the major part. Cunningham to a Mayday dog, if you're going to do something down it, that's what way you better be headed.
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, you better take Mayday over that Cunningham shit. I mean, I would take Mayday over anything because it produced better than anything. Right, I would take the shit and take a Mayday dog and put it into a Cunningham. I've done it. I'm telling you, the Cunningham shit would work with the Mayday stuff. You know what I'm saying? And not necessarily do it got to be Mayday. Shit, you give me anything, not Mayday in particular, because you're going to have some growing hard shit in for me to even want to deal with it like that when it comes to Mayday. I would come up with my own line of shit and use the Cunningham. I would take my Cunningham dogs and stick with the St. Benedict's shit and take my Cunningham shit and continue trying to hit that St. Benedict's shit. I would be trying to take me some of that Tramp Red Boy, a Gardener's shit, and trying to mix it with some of that, you know what I'm saying, that Eli shit. You know what I mean? That's the key. That's the key to me. St. Benedict dogs and Boomer dogs, they work great together. If I wanted to throw some Mayday on top of some Cunningham shit, the Cunningham shit wouldn't just be no game decent dog. They'd be great match dogs. You know, why didn't they ever breed some Cunningham shit to Mayday? No, came along a little late, but I mean, those are the crosses that I would make. I would take me a Stone City Mayday dog, hardcore dog, and I would cross all that shit. And not necessarily do it have to be Sammy the Arab. Looking for that Boomer, you know what I'm saying? There's other dogs out there. There's other champion dogs out there that you know, that is coming off that Cunningham shit that I would love to breed into some Mayday shit. You know, that's how we got off of the Cunningham, because when you talking about the best, give me G, Awesome Baby, Frisco, the Lions, the Mayday, Yellow, Buck. You know, all them dogs are on top of that ROM list. Them are the only ones that you want, and you don't see Sammy the Arab, you don't see none of that Cunningham shit nowhere in that top level of goddamn great dogs. So there's no need for me to be down here talking in the bottom step and not show y'all that I can walk y'all up to the top step to make sure y'all understand that, you know, we down here on the bottom step now talking about this Cunningham shit. Because that Cunningham shit with all the goddamn breedings in it made with that shit, it still never got to the status of Jeep, Red Boy. I mean, never got to the status of Jeep, Mayday, Yellow. Never got to the status of Buck. You know, there's a whole lot of dogs in that Frisco, you know, and that Cunningham shit been being bred for years. Yeah, they produce good dogs, but they're not on that level. And that's the level I want to be at. You know what I'm saying? I'll sprinkle some shit in there, but I'm going to always stay on that top level. The dogs are just going to always draw my attention. That's why you hear me saying Garner now. If I'm dealing with dogs now, I'm going to try to have me some Garner shit in it. I'm going to try to have me some of that Tramp Red Boy Garner shit. I'm going to try to have me some of that shit that's going to line up with that St. Benedict's Bailey. Why? Because even though they ain't on that upper echelon line of Jeep, Mayday, you know what I'm saying, Frisco, you know, they have the genetics and the blood in them to try it. Because one thing about them Cunningham dogs, it's like throwing a teaspoon of sugar to your sauce to make that shit a little sweet. It's not too sweet, but just sweet enough to do what you need it to do. That's one thing the Cunningham dogs has always been able to do. You know, and you can count on them. They're part of a Red Boy line. It's still a part of the Red Boy line. You're going to have the gameness.
In some cases, you will have the ability, but they won't be on that top tier. Never have got nowhere close to the top tier. So we can't never forget about the top tier. And that's what, you know, me, I want to play on the top tier. So I have to keep on playing with them top tier dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Yellow is always going to be a top tier dog. Buck is always going to be a top tier dog. Frisco's will always be a top tier dog. And by the way, I'm going to say, goddamn it again, Mayday, but he's still off of yellow and he's a top tier dog. He followed the trend of his daddy. Better than all the other sons. So you always end up back to Mayday if you on a top tier platform. I like playing on a top tier platform. Appreciate the love, Sport Dog Archive. I feel you, fam. He said, twin. I get it, Mom. Mike. Breed where the consistency is. 100. That's right. Go where the consistency is and where you want to find the wins. If you got an inside on some information, and I'm trying to open your minds out a little more and get this internet bullshit out y'all head. You know, and stop filling the world up with a bunch of these damn dogs that ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but giving you guys a chance to bicker and fight and go back and forth with each other, and y'all ain't even trying to match shit. I rest my case again. This time I'm resting this for real. Love y'all, man. Hope y'all understand. Today was a school day. I was just trying to preach a little knowledge out there for y'all. And it's a little, to me, it'd be like boring things to me because they don't entertain me when I'm sitting here because it don't. Because I ain't talking about fighting shit. You know what I'm saying? But what it do is get me in touch with you guys because I see you guys need that conversation. Because a whole lot of conversations back and forth about dogs, ain't none of y'all matching. Talking about bloodlines and how good this is, and all, but ain't nobody matching shit. The game is filled more internet heroes and zeros than greatness. You'll never knock off Frisco, Yellow, and none of them. Y'all got all these fucking years to have done that. You should have been able to do that by now. And you haven't. I rest my case. One more. My man Windmill, he said, what is your Mount Rushmore of dogs, top 5 males? I just named them. Sheep. Yellow. Mayday. Grand Champion Buck. One more. Let me see. Who can I throw in that pile? You ain't gonna throw Frisco. Oh, I gotta throw Frisco, because Frisco's my new dog. Yeah, Frisco is definitely in my yeah, I'm gonna say Frisco. There's my top 5. You go in the register mirror, listen, just run down that line right there. You'll see my top 5 dogs is they top 5 dogs. That's the only thing I want to fuck with. You want to talk about my top bitches? Top bitches gonna be Miss Leaky, Awesome Baby, and Honey Bunch. You know, I'll give you a back end and Baby. Okay, and Baby. You see my shitters in there too. You know why? Because she's got 4 champions and wasn't bred a lot. And that's because she got them top tiers in there. You got them top tiers, you don't got to breed a whole bunch of shit to get that shit. Bitch got down all women, what, 3 litters? 4 champions and 3 litters? And then have a bunch of damn puppies? Dealing with that top tier. Twin dealing with that top tier, kept twin in the winning column. You go in there and look at them going hard dogs, guess what you're gonna see? Them top tiers. You fuck with them top tiers, you're dealing with a line of great dogs. And ain't none of that shit internet shit. All that shit is right where it's supposed to be. Earned. Them dogs ain't sitting up there in that top tier for all these years. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nobody took them over because guess what? The shit is steady getting pissed on, watered down, and you'll never have the greatness. You got Yellow Man out there. You got Michael Myers. You got all this shit. Macho Buck. All this, but can't none of y'all get to that top tier and do nothing. You can't stand up there with goddamn Yellow and Mayday. and G and Grand Champion Buck and Frisco. Guess what? You're going to have more of them kind of dogs in your dog of the year. You're going to always have that blood right there. Somewhere in there, you're going to see them top tier dogs. Come on now. Not no internet shit. This is the dog game. Where you ain't going to get no top tier without putting some shit in them 4 squares. Not on the goddamn Facebook. You ain't going to be on no top tier in Facebook. You ain't going to be in no top tier in none of these podcasts and none of these shows. All we got to work with is the top tier dogs was back then to save y'all asses now. And you know why you can't get up there, no dogs up there like that? Because times have changed. Times have changed. If they was up there when I was in the game, Honey Bunch, they ain't never got knocked down. What y'all got to do is get 5 to knock her over there, and y'all couldn't get 5 bitches, $5 to do it. And been up there for years. Shit. Same thing with Awesome Baby. A cold bitch sitting up there, and y'all ain't got none of these bad bitches even knock her down a day or two. All these years. Come on now. Y'all better hear me. You want to play in the big league, you better get some big league dogs. And try not to get the shit this made up of a lot of names in it. Probably got a bunch of top tier shit in it. But it's watered down shit. You got it in the 4th, got a little bit in the 3rd, but by the time y'all get to the 2nd and the 1st, and then you put this dog that you just bought, this badass puppy, I put do some things with him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't shit from him on back to the 3rd or 4th. You ain't gonna get shit. You ain't gonna get no top tier shit. That's for damn sure. You want some top tier shit, you better be going champion. Throw a couple ROMs inside that shit.
I check.
And stop all that bullshitting, and you'll see top tier dogs. There's dogs out there, you know what I'm saying, in the now that'll never make top tier. They'll never make top tier. But they'll keep you hungry. They'll keep you hungry. They'll show you that blood is still alive. Got now dogs like Mr. Mayday and all them great-ass dogs out there ain't producing shit. Ain't too many Mayday dogs out there you can tell me that's producing anything worth a fuck. Yeah, you got Michael Myers. You got a couple of them out there, but they ain't Mayday. They wasn't throwing shit like Brat, Twisted, Luke Cannon. Ain't all that. You gotta remember, these dogs that was out there, they was hunting for the best, looking for the best, going into the best. Them top tiers. When you start breeding back into top tier shit, that means you doing top tier shit. There ain't nothing to top tier. Ain't nothing you even got to talk about when it comes to top tier. Because every one of them dogs aren't there, they marked from doing what? Producing some shit that you can go win with. Not go brag about, not go talk about. It's some shit you can take out and win with. All right.
All right, fellas, before we get up out of here, let me go with this poll right quick. We had 164 people who voted. Appreciate everybody who voted. Poll question was, do you think it's time for 7A Sports TV Dog Talk Show to come back for Sunday Night Dog Talk? We had 72% that said yes, 28% that said no. Appreciate everybody who took the vote. Again, for those who don't understand, this was not meant to throw anything or no competition in the game. 7A Sports Journey come on at 7 o'clock on Sunday.
We miss you.
We miss you. J-Bo comes on at 8 p.m. on Sunday.
Gotta be there.
Got to be there. You ain't there, something wrong with you. We trying to fill up our Sunday nights because pretty soon we're going to be without sports, football, and basketball until the next season. And we're going to have to have something to do on Sunday. Because that's what I do on Sunday. Watch the games and listen to my boys talk dog. So I want to take up my Sunday with my brothers, back talking some damn dogs. I appreciate everybody who helped put that out there, and I hope my brothers is out there looking and listening. We need you back, fam!
All right.
And fellas, everybody that's out there, help me out, get these thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. No, give us some damn roses, roses. We need damn roses. Yes, sir.
And if you feel like I'm telling the truth, know the truth. If you don't feel like I know the truth, I'm telling the truth, then go find the truth. Okay? And then come back and tell me what you find.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for coming out, man. You know, I mean, Mike always take me on these pathways to go twin. You know, you know what? I could dive in a Yellow Giant and spend a whole day on Yellow Giant and Red Boy. And show y'all everything that led up to goddamn it Mayday. And why we have a 357. Why we have a Miss Leaky. Why we have some of the greatest damn dogs got the same little juice pumping in them. Like Cab. G. You know what I'm saying? Why them top kids, father and son, mother and son. Better pay attention, know the truth for what it is, not what you think it is.
That's what it is, fellas. That's what tonight's show is basically all about, giving you a chance to understand it. In order for us to move forward, the pedigree is gonna change, the breeder's gonna change, the dog is gonna change, but guess what? That's what we can't let happen. The attributes that made the American Pit Bull the dog it is should never have to change.
That's right.
And that's where we at. And that's why we dove into those pedigrees. A lot of them dogs like the Cunningham's, the Tom Garner Trap Red Boy shit,
Chicago D
and the boys.
I mean, there's a new thing out
There's a
there.
new thing, yeah.
You gotta find.
That's all. And if you do it correctly, based on what history has taught you, your business ain't never got to be everybody's business. But the possibility of creating top-tier dogs will always exist if you're willing to put the time, the effort, and the know-how to make it happen. Again, this channel will not promote dog fighting or anything that's going to, lead you to breaking the law. You break the law, that's all on you. We are always going to give you the knowledge, make it an educational experience, all through the eyes of us entertaining you with the knowledge of our history. But moving forward, there is still this thing called reality. And reality puts responsibility back on the person and the owner of the dogs. And it's up to you to continue the history of these dogs based on your actions. And that's not putting blame or pointing fingers at anybody. Because last time I checked, we were all operating under the same circumstances that you guys are today. We all knew the risk. But again, some of us had no more audacity than others to just do what we wanted to do. I'm not telling you to be like us. I'm not telling you to be like everybody else. Just telling you to be yourself. And then you pick out what you want to do and what kind of dog you want to have. It's going to move this game forward. Can you make a mark in the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier that 20 years from now, they're going to talk about what you did? None of us expected anybody to talk about anything. But when it's good, you can't help but talk about it. And that's where we at. Keeping it real. Don't talk about it, be about it. The rest, it'll happen whether you like it or not.
Right. If you be about it, then we got something to talk about. You know
know what I'm saying? You
Don't
know how you
happen.
feel about it. You know, we always want to talk about you. Yeah, you
Can't help but talk about it, man.
That's
Those
right.
bad motherfuckers, you can't do nothing but talk about them.
That's right.
And if they're producing some bad ass shit, what you gonna say? I mean, what can you say?
Unless you trying to whoop it, you
be
how
one
you
of
get them wins, though.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with losing the one.
So ain't.
At least you can say, shit, I went in there, I got my ass whooped, but I was in his ass.
Could it be?
I could have beat him if I had did this. You never want to get credit where credit is due, but at least you did make the effort.
Yeah.
And we always gonna respect the ones who make the effort. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
We've never gave up on that. We don't hate on the loser. We respect the loser because they had the cojones to at least try. And nothing wrong with that.
Right, they deserve respect.
They deserve respect.
Because without them, we ain't do shit.
And that's just the way it is.
They don't just get in there to just give away shit.
No.
They believe that they can win. They'll never change that.
That part of the game is never going to change. So, you're in the dog game. Take care of your dogs. Live by the disclaimer. Try to be and do better. Get your cameras on. Get the hay out there. Take care of your animals. Remember, we can talk about our history all day. But guess what? Only y'all can change the future. Only y'all can make what happens happen. We're just trying to get you going in the right direction. Right direction means stop talking about it. Right directions is get off the internet. Right directions is everybody business ain't show business. Because it leads to a whole bunch of talking. You know what I mean? And this game ain't meant for talking.
So archives, what's my man name? Sporting Dog Archives. You know what I'm saying? We need an archive.
Yeah.
We need a government body that, that belongs where it belongs and it don't belong on the internet. So that's one thing you need. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys out there won't even dare fuck with it because they know they'll never be in it anyway. But you need a guide, y'all, for what's real and what ain't. You need one. I'm gonna just keep it real with you. You need one. If you don't have one, a lot of dogs is falling to the wayside that you can never make those possible great breeders to make those possibilities of getting in the top tier and moving some of them damn dogs down, which should have been moved years ago. You know what I mean? I just show you how tight that shit was and how, a lot of dogs, all 5 of those dogs got RMs on that list.
Yeah. Y'all know what we talking about. But keep with the motto. Just remember to always.
Always.
And if you do, always, you're going to find that you're always going to come up on top because that's what works around here.
Oh yeah, it feels good.
It feels
Hold
good.
on, man. No. Hold on. I'm going to give you one more chance to win, bro. I'm going to give you one more chance to win. Hold it. Here's another chance for you to win. You know what I'm saying? Because we always scratch to win. That's right. If I don't make it, then we're going to go home eating. I'm always give you another chance to win.
Always going to give you another chance.
We always scratch to win.
Always. And that's what it's all about, fellas. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. See y'all Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. I know I got doctor's appointment Tuesday too. But look, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Stay safe. Live within the disclaimer. Y'all know what's happening out here. We out of here.
Backstreet, back there, baby. I see y'all. Thank you, man.
Appreciate the love.
I appreciate the love, fellas. I feel y'all.
Hey, Ram, Bakari.
Y'all get a chance, though, man. Can a couple of y'all guys,
Schoolboy. General. They love you, baby.
I love you, man.
Can we get some? Appreciate that, fellas. We're just doing our part. Looking out for the fraternity, the community. Whether they like it or not, hey, we're going to always be a part of it. We got to get in where we fit in. Y'all know what's up.
Yeah. Till Tuesday, y'all. Show the love, man. We in here, and now we out of here.